Chapter 5591. Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He didn't expect Dunja to have such high standards. He actually said that Eldest Cheen's suave and elegant appearance was all right. Back then, Dunja's body didn't even have 1/10 of Eldest Cheen's elegance. High standards and all kinds of troublesome things. No wonder Jojo wanted to beat him up. He was asking for it on the other side. Arbor couldn't be bothered with Dunja. She walked over to Zhao Guzi and the others and shouted impatiently, "Why aren't you doing anything? If you can't do it, I'll find someone to help you." Zhao Guzi's face was ashen. He naturally heard the conversation between Arbor and the others just now. These people actually said that they wanted to take over his body, as if there was no one else around. Wasn't this a little too much? What was even more outrageous was that the little old man with the wretched gaze actually looked down on his body. Who was he showing that disdainful expression for? Chio, help him. The moment Arbor's voice landed, a vine as thick as an arm slid out from her sleeve. It suddenly probed into the barrier. Zhao Guzi turned pale with fright. He hurriedly raised his wrist, and the sharp tip of his dagger pierced towards that vine. In the blink of an eye, the vine swiftly wrapped around his arm and shook lightly. The dagger in Zhao Guzi's hand was thrown out with a thud. That vine was very energetic. It swayed proudly in front of Zhao Guzi. Then, it swept up the dagger on the ground and slashed towards Zhao Guzi's arm. Zhao Guzi took a deep breath and hurriedly created a divine armor on his left arm to protect himself. When the knife landed on the vine branch, it bounced back with a dang sound. Immediately, it shook its branch unhappily, swaying and swaying. With a pa-pa sound, it slapped Zhao Guzi's face. "Little guy, you still want to pretend in front of Lord Holywood." In Chio's anger, the vine that was originally as thick as a wrist suddenly split into 4 or 5 branches. With whooshing sounds, it quickly wrapped around Zhao Guzi's body and arm and tore them apart tightly. Zhao Guzi felt an incomparable pain all over his body, and his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of vine was this? It was actually so intelligent that it could attack others at will without the control of its master. Xiao Mu ordered, "Chio, stop playing with him." Chio immediately rolled up his dagger and chopped down at Zhao Guzi's arm again. At this moment, Zhao Guzi's entire body was entangled by the vines, and he was unable to resist at all. He could only watch as the dagger fell, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Madam, please stop. I am willing to pay the price. I am willing to serve. After a miserable shriek, Zhao Guzi's eyes widened. An arm fell to the ground, and the crowd of people from the sanctuary, who had been watching the commotion, cried out in surprise. This young madam was too ruthless. He really didn't give them any room for negotiation. He chopped off the arm just like that and didn't even discuss it with them. Arbor stared coldly at Zhao Guzi. After Chio chopped off that person's leg, she just coldly stared at the dying man lying in a pool of blood. Lilan was already trembling with fear. With a plop, she knelt on the ground. She didn't care about her face or her dignity anymore and repeatedly kowtowed to Arbor, saying, "It's not my fault. Madam, please let me go. I was instigated by others and was blinded for a moment. That's why I did this. I won't dare to do it again. Madam, please forgive me." Chapter 5592. Ma Weixian was completely scared out of his wits. He immediately felt that the wound on his broken arm that had been healed for many years was starting to hurt. He had only heard of the little madam's vicious means before. Now that he had seen her use it on his companion, he knew that this woman was really a malefic star that should not be provoked. Whoever provoked her would have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. There was no room for regret. Arbor looked at Lilan coldly and stared at her. Then she turned to look at Ma Weixian. Ma Weixian quickly followed Lilan's example and knelt down. He clenched his fists and said, "Please spare our lives, madam." Arbor looked at the two of them and said, "Hand over a strand of your life soul. I'll think about it." Lilan and Ma Weixian both trembled and looked at her in disbelief. This little madam's face was really cold. It seemed that she was not joking at all. However, in the sanctuary, all of them were reputable figures. Handing over their life souls was almost equivalent to giving up their self-esteem and being willing to be slaves, or Maidsley Lawn immediately took out a strand of her life soul and handed it over. Nothing was more important than one's life. Ma Wei-Hsien hesitated for a moment and stood up. He said, "Although I'm not a hero, I still have a bottom line. Madam, if you take one of my arms and one of my legs, I swear that I won't hand over my life soul." Arbor looked at him with a faint smile and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll respect your choice." Her tone was soft and unhurried, with a trace of unknown gentleness. However, in the ears of the others, they felt as if they were in an ice cave. They could not help but tremble slightly. "Since you've lost an arm, I'll take one of your legs as a warning to others. If I find out that you have bad intentions and want to take revenge and kidnap my son," Arbor's cold voice sounded in Ma Wei-Hsien's ears, "I'll let you live. No, if you die." Everyone shuddered and was momentarily at a loss for words. The young madam's voice was too cold and resolute. For a moment, other than her incomparably cold voice lingering in their minds, they couldn't hear any other sound clearly. Ma Wei-Hsien breathed a sigh of relief. At least he still had one hand that could move for the rest of his life. At first, he thought that he was going to lose both hands, so he was really worried. He glanced at Arbor with a wry smile. It couldn't be said that he didn't feel any resentment at all, but Ma Wei-Hsien's personality was just like that. Since he was the one who committed a foolish crime and was caught alive, it wasn't impossible for others to punish him. He wanted to kidnap someone's child, but his hands and feet were chopped off by the adults. He could only admit that he was unlucky. As for slowly taking revenge or something like that, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself as he thought to himself, "How would I dare to think about it?" After seeing a ghost, how could he not be afraid of the dark? The young madam's methods were already so powerful, not to mention that she had so many people behind her. Although this young madam was the only one who came out to solve the problem, the men and women behind her didn't look like good people. Ma Wei-Hsien gritted his teeth and chopped off one of his legs. Lilan couldn't help but shudder. She didn't dare to cut off her own limbs. As long as there was a chance of survival, she wouldn't beg for death. "Kill him," Arbor ordered coldly. Lilan pupils shrank, and she was so scared that she suddenly felt cold all over. However, she soon found that she had made a mistake. It turned out that the young madam's words were directed at Venerable Mulberry. Chapter 5593. Supremacy Mulberry, who had yet to speak, did not even have the time to refute before he was pressed down by several vines. A furry little fat squirrel darted out from the side and casually swiped its paw. With a soft pop, the crowd was horrified to find that Supremacy Mulberry's skull looked like a cracked coconut. Someone cried out in alarm. The crowd took a few steps back and looked at Arbor's group with inexplicable horror in their eyes. This seemingly harmless little fat squirrel even turned its little head and swayed its 12 little tails as it giggled. Arbor waved at it. The little fat squirrel quickly jumped into her hand. Arbor stroked its fur and coldly looked at the ashen-faced Lilan. Her expression was devoid of warmth. "From today onwards, you will be the shopkeeper of the first tower of the sanctuary. You will be provided with a certain amount of goods every day until they are sold out. You will hand over all the materials you obtain to me." Arbor looked at her coldly. "You don't have a second life for you to continue squandering. Do you understand?" Lilan trembled and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Young madam was reminding her that if she was found to be a traitor, her life would be taken. "Go and put up a sign and change the rules. Provide a list of goods the next night and start selling tomorrow until all the items on the list are sold out." Once the rules were changed, the people of the sanctuary would probably curse even more. In the past, they could buy as much as they wanted without any restrictions. As long as they were in the first 100, they could buy whatever they wanted. But now, the list of ingredients, daily utensils, and the quantity provided the next night would be clearly listed. Although the quantity was not small, if they encountered a large quantity, they would basically be sold out by a dozen people. The rest of the people did not even need to line up. Therefore, the people who came to buy the goods after that were even more troublesome. Before they lined up, they had to count how many things the people in front of them wanted to buy and whether they would be the one who sold out therefore. Not long after, the people lining up at the entrance of the first tower of the sanctuary started to line up earlier. Everyone wanted to fight for the first, second, and third seats in line. Lilan started doing business in the first tower of the holy region. What she didn't know was that the first pagoda of the holy region was filled with demonic eyes and hidden image talisman arrays. Her every move in the building was actually recorded every day. Xiao and the others would be the first to detect any abnormal movements. In this way, Aoyi and the others would no longer have to think about opening a shop at the first tower of the holy region to sell things. It would be so troublesome to change shifts every few days. With Lilan, as a free laborer, Aoyi and the others could focus on their cultivation without worrying about anything else. Thus, Arbor led his group of friends and settled down in the eastern region. Ever since they revealed their incomparably terrifying methods and deterrence from that day onwards, very few people came looking for trouble. No one dared to covet the resources in their pockets. What a joke. Before coveting other people's resources, one had to first see if one had the life to enjoy them. However, the sacred region's environment was really not that great. Most of the time, they would hide in the star region to practice refining pills, and drawing talismans. In their spare time, they could read books, play the zither, and chat. On this day, Master Dongfang came looking for them with a smile. Chapter 5594. Master Dongfang and Steward Li Yang came together. The two of them stopped outside the small courtyard very politely and waited at the door with a smile. Who didn't know that Madame Mo's small courtyard was like a tiger's den? Although he had some friendship with young Master Mo and Madame Mo, it was better to abide by the rules. After a while, Aoyi hurried over and led the two of them in. Third Fu and his wife came to receive Master Dongfang and politely asked them to sit down. "Why don't I see young Master Mo and Madame Mo today?" Master Dongfang asked with a smile. "Oh, they haven't come out of seclusion. Master Dongfang, if you have something to tell us, it's the same." The truth was that the two of them were playing happily in the herb garden with their children and couldn't be bothered to come out to deal with Master Dongfang. Master Dongfang nodded politely. "It's a big matter that concerns the East region. Please pass it on to young Master and Madam." Of course. Third Fu nodded repeatedly. Every year around this time, the East, West, North, and South regions of the Holy Region will hold a preliminary competition. Every region will choose 200 people to go to the Holy Palace together. Third Fu blinked and then laughed. "Don't joke, Master. You rarely even see houses here. How can there be a palace?" Princess Wushuang nodded and said, "Isn't everyone used to using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their table? Do you have a palace here?" Don't think that they were uncultured. Although the East, West, North, and South regions were very wide, they had traveled to all parts of the East region. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there was no difference between them. There shouldn't be much of a difference in the other three regions. Master Dongfang touched his nose embarrassedly. "You two misunderstood. Our holy palace will descend from the sky around this time every year. This is actually the benefit of ascending to the holy region. Every year, the heavenly Tao will send the holy palace down to the holy region. In addition to many rare treasures, it is said that there are many holy beast eggs." Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the bamboo stairs suddenly sounded. Third Fu and his wife couldn't help but silently twitch the corners of their mouths. At the same time, they turned to look at the stairs and pretended to be surprised. "Ah, big brother, sister-in-law, you two are out of seclusion?" "Bah!" His sister-in-law must have heard about the sacred palace and couldn't hold back her curiosity. She ran out of the star domain and pretended to come down from upstairs. Lady Jojo expressionlessly walked down the stairs with small steps, trying her best to maintain a face that was as cold as ice. Mo Yin had a smile on his lips as he held his wife's hand. He smiled and nodded politely at Master Dongfang. "Master, what brings you here today?" Master Dongfang hurriedly stood up with a smile and bowed. With a face full of courtesy, he said, "Just now, I mentioned this matter to young Master Fu and Madame Fu. It's about the descent of the heavenly Tao into the Holy Palace. Every year, the North, South, East and West regions of the Sacred Region will hold a general election for this reason. The top 200 will be chosen to enter the Holy Palace. I have 2 guaranteed spots, and I'm willing to give one to one of you. Master Dongfang smiled. I have a presumptuous request. I hope that after entering the Sacred Palace, young Master Mo and Madame Mo can bring me along. Arbor blinked. Chapter 5595. Master Dongfang was actually here to express his goodwill. Third Fu and Princess Wushuang couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. Master Dongfang, you was really a scheming person. He actually wanted to use a guaranteed spot in exchange for Jojo's teammate. This was a business that would definitely be profitable without any losses. Everyone knew that being Xiao Xiao's teammate was definitely not a bad thing. Without waiting for Arbor to speak, Master Dongfang hurriedly said, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I entered the Sacred Palace to find a divine dagger called Crimson Dawn. I only want this one thing. If you encounter anything along the way, you can take it. I don't need it." Master Dongfang opened his fingers, and a dagger lay in his hand. He stroked it gently, and a faint light seemed to flow in his eyes. This divine weapon is called Pearl of Light. It was originally a pair with Crimson Dawn. Decades ago, I went to the Sacred Palace with Madame. Madame accidentally left Crimson Dawn in the palace. After that, this humble one searched every year for the sake of finding this crimson sunset. Princess Wushuang nodded. I see. Then, won't your wife accompany you? Master Dongfang's expression dimmed, and he sighed. My wife passed away many years ago. I want to find Crimson Dawn every year because I want to fulfill my wife's last wish. I'm sorry, Princess Wushuang hurriedly said. Master Dongfang shook his head and looked at Arbor. Madame Mo, I wonder if you can agree to my presumptuous request. Arbor wanted to refuse. After all, if they wanted to go to the Sacred Palace, they just needed to get into the top 200. With their strength, they could just fight. There was no need to accept Master Dongfang into their team, just to get a guaranteed spot. In essence, Lady Xiao Xiao was quite repulsed by strangers. However, hubby secretly held her small hand, and Xiaomu's words of refusal got stuck in her throat. Master Dongfang, it's hard to refuse such kindness. Then, give this guaranteed spot to my son. When Dongfang Yuzhu heard Emolian agree, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he said with some surprise, Young Master Mo, the child is so young. Are you planning to bring him to the Sacred Palace? Sir Jojo nodded. Our family of 3 will go in and out together. Even if it's a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, 1,000 miles of glaciers, we will have to go together. Master Dongfang. She suddenly felt that she had nothing to say to Madame Emolian held back her laughter. Actually, what his wife meant was that when they went out to gain experience, they had to take the baby with them. They had to start training from a young age. Only when they were away from the adults would the baby have the ability to protect himself. But when his wife opened her mouth to speak, it was a little funny seeing that Master Dongfang didn't speak. Madame Mo didn't speak either. Dongfang Yuzhu was silent for less than 3 seconds. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Emolian, young Master Mo. Then it settled. Let's wait for everyone to pass the top 200 before heading to the Sacred Palace together. As for the time of the competition, it will be posted in front of the first tower of the Holy Region tomorrow. The first tower of the Holy Region was now the place with the most traffic in the Eastern region. If a notice was posted there, everyone would know about it very quickly. Third young Master Fu sent Master Dongfang out. When he returned to the room, he heard Master Jojo complaining, "Why did you bring an outsider with you?" With Master Jojo's temper, he probably wanted to secretly release some members of the Phoenix clan in the Sacred Palace, but if there was an outsider in his team, it would be inconvenient to do anything. Chapter 5596. Emolian smiled and pinched her little hand. I don't believe that you are not curious. Sir Jojo tilted his head. What am I curious about? We have never been to the Sacred Palace before. Master Dongfang has joined us, so he can be considered to be our guide. Even if he has an ulterior motive, my Jojo, are you really not curious about what Master Dongfang wants to do? Arbor blinked and nodded his little head reluctantly. You have a point. You have a point. Mo Yin could not help but laugh. If we put in the team, he can't do anything. If we observe him secretly, we will definitely be able to find out what his motive is. Princess Wushuang opened her little mouth in surprise. You mean that Master Dongfang is not a good person? He joined us because he has evil intentions. And Wushuang almost jumped up with a look of disbelief. God, she had been fooled by Master Dongfang. She had even felt a little uneasy because she had mentioned his deceased wife and made him sad. Fuck, Princess Wushuang said angrily. Is this person pretending? He wasn't looking for that dagger for his wife at all. That may not be so. Mo Yin shook his head with a smile. I saw that he spoke methodically, so he should be telling the truth with a hint of falsehood, and the falsehood with a hint of truth, leaving the other half unsaid. Yes, yes. Sir Jojo nodded his little head in agreement. Pearl Light and Crimson Cloud are a pair of divine weapons, so this matter should not be hidden. It should be true that he went to look for Crimson Cloud, but he must have other motives. Third young Master Fu walked up with a smile and held onto the furious Princess Wushuang. Forget it. Let's not bother about this person. No matter what, when we enter the sacred palace, his motive will be revealed sooner or later. I am so angry, Princess Wushuang said angrily. I sympathized with him just now. Lady Qiao sighed and looked at Princess Wushuang faintly. You are all too naive. Without Lord Qiao watching over you, you would often be deceived. With these words, the little emperor turned around and walked upstairs. Everyone was speechless. Princess Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry as the corners of her mouth twitched. She looked at her eldest brother and said, Eldest brother, you should control sister-in-law. She looked so proud that she wanted to pounce on him and rub his head. Mo Yin shrugged helplessly. I can't do anything about it. It had always been his wife who took care of him. There was no reason for her to take care of her wife. How could a daughter-in-law control her? She had to spoil her. Baby Mo's section break. Little Tawanzi, I also want to sign up for the preliminaries. Fight for a spot in the top 200. Lord Guangguang's short body was squeezed out of the crowd as he waved his small fist and said. Baby Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered. Sir Guangguang furrowed his brows. But the stoic mother said that there's an outsider in our group this time, and we have to move together with him. I might not be able to come out from time to time. You've forgotten. You can transform into your original form. Baby Mo looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Can I just hold on to you? That's right. Lord Guangguang's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped up and down. He hugged Baby Mo and said happily, Okay, then it's settled. Even if I don't participate, I can still leave an extra spot for those pitiful idiots. Chapter 5597. Sai, let's go to the Sacred Palace and get some materials so that we can exchange food and bamboo with the Stoic Lady later. These idiots in the Sacred Saint Galaxy really made one's heart ache. Baby Mo's eyes brightened as he held Lord Guangguang's hand and said, Guangguang, you really are a kind-hearted child. Let's leave the opportunity to those uncles and aunties. Look at how enthusiastic they are. The two little ones were squeezed outside the crowd and couldn't see what was going on inside. They looked down at their short limbs and sighed sadly. Registration ends tonight. If you want to register, do it early. A hoarse voice shouted, Why are you two little rascals squeezed here? Do you want to register too? Lord Guangguang raised his head and saw a fierce-looking, muscular middle-aged man glaring at the two of them with his fierce eyes. Without waiting for Lord Guangguang to speak, that muscular man said, Where's your family's adult? Why did you let two little children come to watch the show? Look at your small bodies. What if they get crushed? Do you want to sit on Uncle's shoulder? Lord Guangguang was about to tactfully refuse when his body was lifted up by someone. That muscular man carried Guangguang with one hand and Baby Mo with the other, throwing the two of them on his shoulder. I'll bring you two out after reporting your numbers. You're still so young. Don't register, okay? Uncle, we're not here to register. Baby Mo said, It's even more wrong to come to watch the show. There's so many people here, and you're still so young. Why are you here to join the fun? Your family's adult is too much, not taking care of such little children. That muscular man kept nagging. Lord Guangguang was really afraid of him and hurriedly interrupted. Our family's adult is just in front. That's even more ridiculous. The muscular man's face was filled with indignation. He knows it's crowded here, but he actually threw you two little ones here. In the muscular man's opinion, this adult was really unreliable. Baby Mo blinked. Uncle, it's your turn to register. As they spoke, the line slowly moved forward a few inches. That muscular man had already moved to the registration point at the speed of a turtle. He took the pen and wrote down his name, Zhang Feng. Registration fee is a yellow-grade artifact forging material. Zhang Feng was taken aback, and he hurriedly said, "Wasn't the registration fee 10,000 spirit coins in the past?" Someone behind him shouted, "Didn't you see the notice? The registration fee this year has changed. What was the use of spirit coins? They couldn't even buy ingredients. Now, only refining materials can be used to buy the things you want." The man was stunned. But the expression of the hoarse voice of the registration point changed. "Why is there another troublemaker? If you don't have a registration fee, then get lost. Don't stay here and cause trouble. That's right, that's right. Don't affect the registration of others." "Yeah, big guy, hurry up." The burly man's face flushed red. He scratched his ears and cheeks, but couldn't say anything. He just wanted to go to the Sacred Palace to find some refining materials so that he could go to the first floor of the Sacred Palace to buy some ingredients and other necessities. The materials he had on him were all used up when he was shopping a few days ago. Thinking about how the Sacred Palace would open in a few days and how he only needed to pay 10,000 spirit coins, he was in a good mood. He didn't expect that the registration fee this time would be so fraudulent. "Why aren't you getting lost?" The hoarse voice of the registration point scolded impatiently. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Who doesn't have money? What are you yelling about?" Chapter 5598. That's right, that's right. Lord Guangguang chimed in. "We have money. Isn't it just a registration fee? What's the big fuss about?" "Here." Lord Guangguang took out a piece of yellow rank refining material from his sleeve and slammed it on the table with a thump. He waved his small hand like a tycoon. "Take it away." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their expressions somewhat startled. That brawny man was very embarrassed and wanted to reach out to take the material on the table. He said, "I really don't have the material you want. Forget it, I won't register this year." Who would have thought that the hoarse voice at the registration point had already put the material into the bag beside his hand and threw a bamboo tablet over while shouting, "Next." The brawny man looked down at the bamboo tablet on the table with a dazed expression. "Hey, I already said I won't register." The hoarse voice shouted, "What are you blabbering about? The registration fee has been paid and you've signed your name. Hurry up and scram to the next one to continue. Don't waste everyone's time." The brawny man was furious. "Uncle, let's go. What's there to fight over with him?" This person at the registration point was clearly robbing them. Baby Mo patted Zhang Feng, indicating for him to take the bamboo tablet and lead them out of the crowd. Zhang Feng was very embarrassed as he scratched his head and said, "I'll strive to enter the top 200 and enter the Sacred Palace. I'll find a few good refining materials and return them to you." He was such a big person, yet the registration fee was paid by 2 children. It was truly shameful. If the children's parents found out about this, would they blame him for scamming 2 ignorant children? When Zhang Feng thought of this, he unconsciously became deeply worried. Baby Mo looked at him in confusion. "Uncle, we've already registered and paid the fee. Why are you still frowning?" Zhang Feng laughed bitterly. "You 2 children took the initiative to pay the registration fee for me. If your parents find out, I'm afraid they'll come to settle the score with me and say that I cheated you." Lord Guangguang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Uncle, you're thinking too much. Stoic Face won't go through so much trouble with you for a mere yellow rank material." That's right, that's right. Baby Mo nodded vigorously. "If Little Cauldron eats one less mouthful, there will be a pile of materials left." Zhang Feng didn't understand, so he didn't say anything. Baby Mo saw that he was suddenly in low spirits and raised his hand to pat his half-bald head. "How about this, Uncle? We'll come to watch the competition tomorrow, and you'll help us squeeze to the front. That would be a great help to us." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two kids must have snuck out. If I come out to watch the competition every day, won't the adults at home be worried? Why are you in such a hurry? We're incognito ahem, we didn't sneak out. It was mother and father who let us come out to gain experience." Zhang Feng thought to himself, his parents are really big-hearted. Then he nodded and said, "Then you must tell your family before you come out. Also, if father and mother don't allow you to come out, then don't come out. After all, you guys are still too young." "Don't worry, uncle." Lady Guangguang held his small arm. "Little Dumpling and I are actually very strong. Even if 8 or 10 of them come, they won't be able to defeat us." Zhang Feng. He thought to himself, looks like the parents of these two kids are definitely a pair of weirdos. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to raise these two awesome little fellows. Chapter 5599. All right, if you can make it out, I'll see you here tomorrow. I'll bring you in to watch the competition. The two children jumped up and cheered. "Okay, Uncle, don't worry. We'll be there on time tomorrow." On the other side, Stay Up Late was telling Mo, Lien, and Arbor about what had just happened. Little Master made a silly friend in less than 10 minutes. They even agreed to watch the competition together tomorrow, Stay Up Late said, speechless. He really had to hand it to this child. She was born with a wide range of social connections. Don't be fooled by her expressionless face. She could mingle with people wherever she went. I've already checked on that person. He's a loner in the Holy Region. He doesn't have any close friends or relatives. He's been a loner for many years. Master Jojo nodded slightly. Let him be. He meant that he was going to let the child go. Stay Up Late was amused. He cupped his hands and left. Arbor squeezed to her husband's side and gave him an ebony blue talisman. "Here, use it." Mo Yin looked at him bitterly. "We're just going to the competition tomorrow. Why do I have to use a transformation talisman?" Qiao Mu's face was taut as she pinched him with 2 fingers. "In order not to cause trouble. This face of yours is too good at attracting suitors. If you become uglier, no one will look at you like crazy during the competition." Mo Yin hooked his arm around his wife's waist and leaned close to ask with a grin, Qiao, you just don't want other people to notice how handsome your husband is." Arbor chuckled and slapped the transformation talisman on his head. "Stop talking nonsense and transform." Mo Yin asked bitterly, "Why am I the only one using the transformation talisman?" "Don't worry. Everyone has a share." Jojo drank a bottle for himself. Then he took out dozens of transformation talismans and threw them into a small basket. When the crowd saw a short, chubby girl of 16 or 17 come down the stairs, they froze for a moment. Then they realized what was going on. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to barge into their bamboo house. Therefore, this little chubby girl was undoubtedly their family's little clever Qiao Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but hold her forehead and subconsciously take a step back. She glanced at the small basket on the girl's shoulder and hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't need that transformation talisman." This kind of shape-shifting talisman's directionality was too unclear. Who knew how ugly it would be if the talisman was slapped down? Moreover, it would be ugly for 10 days to half a month. This was simply too much of a scam. Jojo sighed. Holding the basket, he raised his chin and sighed to the sky. "Guess, will I use violence to force you to use the talisman? Or will I use even more violent means to force you to use it?" Everyone was speechless. Duan Yu took out a talisman aggrievedly. "Why must I become ugly to compete? A low-key life doesn't need to be explained." Arbor shook his head and put the basket on the table. He glanced at the crowd and roared, "Activate the talisman." A moment later, everyone cried out in surprise. "Oh my God, I've become a burly man. Oh my God, my arm is deformed. Blarg, quickly take the mirror away. Take it away. Quickly take it away. I don't want to look at the mirror for the next few days." Arbor speechlessly glanced at the crowd who were singing their praises. Actually, how was he ugly? It was just that his face was a bit ordinary. Like Yuan Shurchun, who turned from a dashing and handsome man into an ordinary middle-aged burly man. He actually wasn't ugly. Chapter 5600. Arbor said expressionlessly, "If you're not satisfied with yourselves, you can use another talisman and transform again." Everyone waved their hands. No need. Let them off. What if they used it again and turned out to be less reliable than they were now? What should they do then? Arbor silently glanced at them. A bunch of idiots possessed by acting geniuses. There were actually people who cried because of their ugliness and hid in a corner to secretly wipe their tears. Truly hilarious. All right, get ready. Perform as usual tomorrow. She thought for a moment before instructing, but don't beat them to death on the spot. After all, they were only going to participate in the competition to get a spot in the top 200. There is no need to beat those bitter idiots in the holy region to death. Those people had already suffered enough these years. It wasn't easy. Arbor heaved a long sigh and turned to leave with his little paws behind his back. Jojo's attitude is a bit off. Feng Zhongfei couldn't resist exclaiming softly. His elder brother, Feng Chongqing, irritably smacked him. Don't speak nonsense. If she usually went to a mystic realm or something like that, she would definitely be very excited and have long planned to take it down. But look at today. She doesn't seem to have any designs on this holy palace at all. Everyone silently nodded and gave Feng Zhongfei a thumbs up in their minds. He was very right. If it were in the past, Jojo would have long planned to refine the holy palace and store it in the star domain. But now, she was actually so modest. It truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Jojo is a person with a hard mouth but a soft heart. Duan Yu smiled faintly. Her heart must have softened when she saw the people in the holy region suffering so much. Ma Yichen nodded and then covered his eyes. Don't smile, you're too ugly. Duan Yu's smile suddenly froze on his face. The bets are open. The bets are open. Place your bets. Place your bets. The competition list is here. Everyone can place their bets and have a chance to win. Place your bets before the start of the competition. Stop placing bets before the start of the first match. Hurry up, hurry up. There's less than 30 minutes left. Time waits for no one. As he spoke, 17 to 18 hands squeezed out from the crowd and placed a piece of yellow-grade crafting material on the table, rattling off my bets on who to win. Grandpa, I want to bet on my father, mother, and adoptive father winning. The old man who opened the gambling house looked up and saw a little boy who looked like he was carved from jade sitting on the arm of a strong man. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. So many people. After a series of actions, the old man collected more than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials from Baby Mo. He then chuckled and gave him a list of bets with his fingerprint on it. It was obvious that this child was from a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could he take out so many materials in one go? Old Grandpa, don't tell me that you're going to take all of our bets and run away with the money. Baby Mo asked in a childish voice. Lord Guangguang glared at Old Man Kai and said, If you dare to covet our little dumpling's money, I will kill you. Everyone, although they felt that these two imps were speaking in an old-fashioned manner, it was inexplicably hilarious. But some shrewd people also stare at the old man suspiciously. I think we should all take turns watching him here. Otherwise, he might really run away with the money like the child said. Chapter 56:01. The old man felt guilty and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. What a bastard Xiao Tong. He really dared to say anything like a child's words to outsiders. However, this old man really did plan to do so in the first place. He wanted to get some money and run away first. Anyway, these people would definitely pay attention to the competition later. As the banker, he was guaranteed to win and not lose. However, this little brat had actually seen through his little scheme. He was truly one of the 7 fiends. Old Grandpa, you're frowning. Did I hit the nail on the head? Baby Mo looked at him suspiciously. Hearing the child's words, the people around felt that there was something wrong with the old man. Old man, you can't be thinking of swindling us, right? You've grown gutsy, right? Daring to scam so many of them. Are you courting death? The old man who opened the bet felt guilty and said angrily, Child, don't talk nonsense. I'm here, aren't I? Why should I run? Where can I run to? Watch him. A few youngsters said worriedly. We'll take turns to watch over this person. That won't do, Baby Mo said innocently. Uncles, if the competition becomes exciting later, your attention will definitely be attracted. The child is right. Then what should we do? Some of the people who paid the money frowned and looked at each other. Look, this old grandpa's abacus is really good. At the start, when he asked us to bet on who would win or lose, he even signed a contract and stamped it, right? But if it's a draw, no one will lose and no one will win. The old grandpa will definitely take all. Everyone slapped their thighs. That's right. They didn't pay attention when they were buying just now. Now that the child said it, it was indeed so. Old man, now, the old grandpa can't even satisfy the banker's appetite. He intends to run away with the money. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses. The materials are all his. Everyone glared at him. The old man wanted to cry, but had no tears. Now, I have a way to make the old grandpa stay here. Child, tell me, what is it? Yes, yes. Tell me. Uncle will do it for you. Yes, yes, child. Annie will back you up. Just say whatever you want. Baby Imo nodded and said, what if we use a cover and cover the old grandpa with a few layers to prevent him from running away? Then we can watch the competition in peace. Everyone slapped their thighs in agreement. That's right. Use that defensive spiritual artifact to protect him. That's right. Use the God-locking rope to lock him in the defensive barrier. Yes, yes. Let's do that. Kids are really smart. The old man wanted to cry. He glared at baby Imo angrily. Which freaking family did this kid come from? Where the hell were his parents? Why don't you hurry up and take this swindler away? Imo Bow glanced at the old man who was trapped within multiple layers of defensive barriers and had his legs bound by the spirit-locking chains. He looked at him sympathetically and said emotionally, Grandpa, don't panic. Just wait here. The competition will be over soon. If the old man could get out of this cage now, he wished he could smash this child into the melon ground with a hammer. If it weren't for this child, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Uncle, let's squeeze in and watch the competition. Baby Imo was now very relieved. He patted Zhang Feng and said. Zhang Feng was stunned. Chapter 5602. Who would have thought that with just a few words, this brat would be able to trick everyone into teaching the old man a lesson and locking him up in the defensive barrier? This was really Zhang Feng did not know what to say. Could this brat be the reincarnation of a demon? How could he be so meticulous? What he thought of, those adults did not think of. This brat was too sharp. Uncle Zhang, let's go in further. Baby Imo and Lord Guangguang urged him. Uncle, when you participate in the competition later, we will cheer you on. Although Zhang Feng's face was ferocious, he was very shy. Hearing the two children say this, he actually felt embarrassed and said softly, Don't be so loud. Actually, I'm not that powerful. Baby Imo took out a small bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Zhang Feng. Uncle, when the time comes, don't worry and drink it when your holy power is exhausted. Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, This is recovery medicine? It's very expensive, right? You guys, uncle, don't worry and drink it. This is a substandard product refined by Little Furball. The effect is slightly worse than the finished product. Drink the substandard product for a few days first. When you enter the finals, I'll give you the finished product. Zhang Feng was speechless. Zhang Feng wanted to ask the two children in detail if they knew how to refine pills. The drum noise in the arena instantly rose and covered his voice. Lord Guangguang said excitedly, They're fighting, they're fighting. Baby Mo's phoenix eyes were also wide open as he watched the fight on the stage with great interest. Both sides were moving around in a wide arena. In order to prevent the power from flying, the arena was set up with a very thick defense. Xiao Tuanzi and Lord Guangguang watched the fight without blinking. Their gazes were fixed on the two people who were exchanging blows. Seeing the excitement, the child could not help but comment. This yellow-haired uncle's attack speed is so fast. Look at him flying up and kicking at him. His leg trembled 5 times in a row. Amazing. Everyone was speechless. Zhang Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's because the yellow-haired brother used too much force when he stomped down just now. His leg is hurting now. Amazing. Lord Guangguang pointed at the arena and said, Little dumpling, look at that red-eyed uncle. His punching speed isn't bad either. Look at the wind from his fists. He's so strong. I'm guessing that he'll definitely win. That might not be the case. The red-eyed uncle seems to be lacking in strength. I think he will be defeated within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. At first, everyone thought that the two children were just joking around. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he realized that this little rascal had guessed correctly. Following that, several consecutive times, after the child guessed correctly, everyone was speechless. Little girl, look, Uncle Stay Up Late is going up. This is just the preliminary round. Don't be so agitated, Baby Emo said calmly. Zhang Feng felt someone patting him from behind. He turned around and saw a middle-aged woman curiously staring at the two children on his shoulders. Little babies, are you two the young masters of the first tower of the Holy Region? The name of the first tower of the Holy Region was like thunder to the ears. Even though everyone's attention was focused on the arena, they couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. Lord Guangguang shook his head. Of course not. How could we be related to the first tower of the Holy Region? Stop talking nonsense. The woman could not help but roll her eyes. I've seen the two of you at the first tower of the Holy Region. Chapter 5603. Lord Guangguang glared. Then what do you want? This, Andy. You better think it over carefully. If you dare to kidnap our little dumpling, those cripples from before will be your lesson. The woman laughed awkwardly. This child, what are you talking about? She suddenly reacted and roared with an ugly expression. What, Andy? Call me big sister. Everyone was instantly silent. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This woman looked like Sun Yang, but who knew how old she actually was? A few hundred-years-old woman actually had the nerve to let the two children call her big sister. Child, big sister wants to go to the first floor of the sanctuary to buy something. Seeing you, two little bosses, I'm happy. Zhang Feng turned around and asked, you guys are really the little bosses of the first floor of the sanctuary? Lord Guangguang hurriedly waved his small hand modestly. No, we're not. We're not some boss. The first floor of the sanctuary is our stoic mothers. Buy things early tomorrow. Baby Emo curled his lips. Now, don't disturb him from watching the competition. He saw Uncle Ao Yi, Uncle Mata, and Uncle Duanmu in succession, winning the competition almost effortlessly. There wasn't any suspense in today's qualifier. The little dumpling counted with his fingers, and only then did he give the old grandpa more than 30 yellow-level materials. Logically, the old grandpa should compensate him close to 70 pieces. Later, when Uncle Zhang's competition is over, we'll go find the old grandpa to settle the accounts. Lord Guangguang nodded vigorously. That's for sure. Look, Stoic Mother is going up. What's there to be excited about? Mother will definitely win. Baby Emo looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited on the inside. He watched as his chubby, stoic mother hopped onto the stage with small, quick steps. The opponent rushed over 5 meters for meters and 3 meters already right in front of his eyes. The chubby stoic mother suddenly flew over like a cannonball and fiercely punched that person's chin. Everyone heard a crack sound, and their hearts shrunk. That unlucky competitor was kicked out of the arena like a kite with a broken string and rolled into the crowd. Lord Guangguang exclaimed, Stoic Mother is as scary as always. A matter that could be solved with one fist would never be solved with 2 fists. Zhang Feng could not help but tremble. Just now, he had clearly seen the contorted expression of that fellow in the competition, as well as the teardrop at the corner of his eye when he was sent flying one move. One move was enough to kick him to the point where he couldn't find north. Everyone was shocked by his combat ability. Uncle, can we choose our opponents in a small area for tomorrow's match? That's right. We'll finish this batch today. Tomorrow, we'll probably continue in groups of 10. Among these 10 people, each member would designate their opponent. Both sides must point at each other before the next round can begin. Zhang Feng regained his senses and hurriedly nodded. That was, if he didn't hit the target the first time, he would choose a new one. This way, it would prevent the strong from directly challenging the weak. If the weak didn't choose the strong one, they would have to make a second choice. Then hurry up and make a copy of this list. Don't choose my father, mother, and foster father. The kind-hearted baby, Mo, hurriedly slapped his wager list onto Uncle Zhang's chest with a conflicted expression. If you're really that unlucky, you'd better. Chapter 5604. Admit defeat immediately and jump off the stage yourself. Lord Guangguang hurriedly said. Uncle Zhang, remember this. Yes, remember this. Zhang Feng nodded his head with a solemn expression and began to memorize the names on the list. He felt that the two children's reminder was definitely true. Just look at the match just now. The chubby woman that the child called the stoic lady moved extremely quickly and dislocated her opponent's jaw in one move. Forget it. The competition was secondary. Life was so precious that it only came once. Uncle, the fact that you can listen to Xiao Tuanzi's advice means that you're very smart. Lord Guangguang praised with a smile. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As they spoke, it was Zhang Feng's turn to go on stage. He needed to go down the stage to prepare. Thus, he hurriedly whispered, "Don't wander around. Wait here for Uncle." "Hurry up and go, Uncle," Baby Mo urged. "Don't worry, we won't wander around." They were all good children. How could they cause trouble everywhere? They wouldn't. Zhang Feng reminded him again and again, and squeezed down the stage worriedly. Baby Mo jumped onto Lord Guangguang's back. The two brats were stacked together like a human pyramid. Lord Guangguang stood in the air, and Baby Mo was stacked on his back. Lord Guangguang shook his bald head. What if Uncle can't beat the other contestant later? Should we secretly help him? Baby Mo shook his head with a serious expression. No. Even if we help Uncle and let him barely enter the top 200, Uncle probably won't be happy. I think Uncle is an honest person. If he wants to enter the Sacred Palace, he must follow the rules. Use his own strength to win. Then I hope Uncle's luck will be better. The guy on the other side is a weakling. Xiao Tuanzi laughed, thinking to himself, how could he be a weakling? In this competition, to select the top 200 in the Holy Region, the participants are basically all Transcendent Realm experts. It was rare for there to be a few Transcendent Realm contestants, and they would be eliminated very quickly. However, Zhang Feng did not meet a weak opponent as Guangguang had expected. His opponent's realm was not much different from his own. The two of them fought very strenuously. After fighting for an incense stick's worth of time, the crowd saw that there were no new tricks up their sleeves, and all of them felt a little tired. A few people whispered onto the stage. It will be over when the incense sticks burn to the end. Looks like this match is going to end in a draw again. Lord Guangguang held Xiao Tuanzi's hand nervously. He wanted to secretly help Uncle Zhang several times, but was stopped by Xiao Tuanzi. Uncle, why are you so silly that you don't want to drink the medicine? Right now, both of them were exhausted, and they had taken pills just now. But how could those pills that could restore sane energy be compared to the potion that Xiao Tuanzi had made? Lord Guangguang wished he could scold Zhang Feng for being a fool. Even if Xiao Tuanzi's concoction was substandard, it was still 1,000 times better than those pills on the market that could restore sane energy. He drank it. Guangguang's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Feng suddenly take out the bottle of medicinal liquid given by Xiao Tuanzi and pour it into his mouth. Suddenly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he burned and revived. Baby Mo heaved a slight sigh of relief and looked up, only to see the chubby, stoic woman floating over to them expressionlessly. The competition is over. Let's go home. Chapter 5605. Mo Bao blinked and naturally obediently scrammed back with his mother. For this reason, he specially instructed Uncle Aoyi to stay behind and report their movements to Uncle Zhang. This was to prevent this uncle from crying when he returned and couldn't find him. As his mother floated, Mo Bao followed behind her head and floated along with her. Sir Guangguang said sweetly, "Stoic mother, that move of yours just now was seriously too cool. You broke that old uncle's jaw with one punch." Mo Yin was a bit speechless and hastily said, "Your mother didn't do it on purpose. She's too much force just now and was very vexed about it. She went to deliver medicine to the other party." Ever since the little stoic advanced to a saint bone, the strength of her punch truly could penetrate the divine armor defense of a transcendence realm cultivator. There were still times when Mother was embarrassed. The two brats blinked their eyes and looked at each other. Mother, I made a good friend of an uncle these 2 days. Mother knows everything, the little stoic said expressionlessly. What did you do today? Mother, I didn't do anything. When the little dumpling said this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and hastily turned to fly back. Mother, I have to go back first. When his mother called him just now, he followed her in a daze and hadn't collected his gambling debt yet. Arbor was speechless and carried his son back. Don't go. That person ran long ago. Why would he wait for you to go back? Mo Lien said in amusement. You think he can't run just because you're a bit smart? The stoic mother continued to poke at her son's heart. You have to know, he's several hundred years older than you. His life experiences are different from yours. You considered it, but he already considered it long ago. Mo Bao sighed. I was actually cheated of more than 30 pieces of materials. Sir Guangguang also exclaimed, that's too much of a loss. So what did you learn from this matter? You have to be more cautious in the future and watch him personally. Mo Lien grumpily patted Mo Bao. Think again. Mo Bao sneaked a glance at the stoic mother's expression and hastily said, I can't gamble. I'm still young, so I can't gamble. Then he quickly added, you can't gamble even if it's big. 15 minutes later, the old man who opened the gambling house was put in a gunny sack and beaten up violently, and all the materials that he had swindled were looted. Where did you go wrong? The person asked faintly. The old man hugged his head and curled up on the ground. Trembling, he cried out, No, I shouldn't have lied to you, young master. I shouldn't have cheated him of his private money. Hit! Jojo gave the order, and dozens of fists smashed down, beating the old man violently. Don't hit me, don't hit me. This old man admits his mistake. This old man admits his mistake. The old man cried bitterly. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and howled, No, I shouldn't have lured the young master to gamble. This old man knows his mistake. Oh. Heroes, please be merciful. Stop. Jojo waved his hand. Tomorrow, I want you to, she muttered a few words to the old man in a low voice, and the old man's eyes instantly widened. Can you fool him like this? The old man said, This old man isn't bragging, but your son is extraordinarily intelligent. Normal trickery can't fool him at all. Enough nonsense. Just do as I say. I know. This old man will definitely do as you say. Chapter 5606. The next day, Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang were still immersed in the bad news of we were cheated. They even looked listless in class. Sigh. Baby Mo felt sorry for himself and touched his chubby little face. I didn't expect that I would be so stupid this time. I actually misjudged and got cheated by that old grandpa. That old grandpa is really quite shameless. He even cheated us children of our things. If we bump into him on the road next time, we definitely won't let him off. A few small heads came over from the side and asked curiously, Classmate Mo Xiao, have you been deceived? This was really a weird encounter. Mo Xiao was such a smart child. How could he be cheated by others? No one would believe it even if they told others. Little Mo nodded and said listlessly, Sigh, how can one not wet their shoes if they walk by the river often? He was used to cheating people, so he felt that he could not accept the fact that he was cheated once in a while. A few little heads came over in front of Baby Mo and said, Mo Xiao, don't be sad. What were you cheated of? More than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. What? More than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. The little children sighed. While they sympathized, they could not help but feel that this classmate of theirs was really rich. Then what should we do? Will your parents help you get it back? Lord Guangguang said indignantly. They won't help us. They even mock us and say that our intelligence is not enough to make up for it with money. Baby Mo sighed sorrowfully and stretched out a pair of chubby little arms to support his little chin. You're so pitiful, Mo Xiao. A few little girls surrounded him and said softly, How about this? After school ends, we'll accompany you to walk around. Who knows, we might meet that swindler old grandpa. Everyone, thank you for your kind intentions, but you can't help me. We can help. Everyone said at once. We can help you beat him up. Yes, beat him up. Baby Mo turned his face and looked at his classmates pitifully with his watery eyes. Will you guys really help me? How could the group of children refuse such a delicate little face? They immediately nodded in unison without any moral integrity. Lord Guangguang jumped down from his seat. Let's gather outside the courtyard after school. I have a lot of sleeping pills with me. I'll feed the old man when I see him later. Why don't we just strip him and search his body? Let's tie him to the tree and make him spit out all the yellow rank materials he swallowed. All right. Baby Mo gave the final word and nodded with a smile. Students, you are all so talented. That's why it's said that there's strength in numbers. Look at how many ideas we can come up with when everyone is gathered together. The group of little radish heads gathered at the entrance of the courtyard after school. There were a total of 16 children, with an average age of about 7 years old. Under the lead of Baby Mo and Lord Guangguang, they set off towards the entrance of the first tower of Sanctuary. What's the use of going to the first tower of Sanctuary now? That old grandpa got the materials yesterday. If he wanted to go to the first tower of Sanctuary to exchange for something, he would have already done so. Lord Guangguang shook his finger. No, our tower opens every day at 7 a.m. Chapter 5607. Yesterday's competition lasted until the afternoon. The old man did not even have time to queue up. He definitely won't be able to buy it today. Baby Mo expressed his agreement and nodded his head. According to my reliable analysis, the old grandpa might be queuing up at the first floor of the sanctuary now. Tomorrow morning, he will exchange all the materials he cheated for food or other things. A young girl expressed her doubts. How can the old grandpa be so stupid? Yesterday, he didn't just cheat you of your materials, he cheated many others too. Everyone has the same idea as you, to come to the first floor of the sanctuary to stop him. How can he escape? You don't understand? Lord Guangguang shook his head. I'm guessing he knows how to disguise himself. At this point, they could see from afar that there was a long queue of 100 people at the entrance of the first floor of the sanctuary. Lord Guangguang waved his hand, and a group of 6- and 7-year-old children all ran forward to check the people in the queue. The crowd that was queuing up at the entrance of the first floor of the sanctuary was shocked by the group of children. A young lady in a plain green dress could not help but laugh and ask, "Children, what are you doing here? Children, go away. If you want to queue up, go to the back. Don't think that you can cut the queue for no reason just because you are a child." The children did not care about what they said and continued to do their own thing. After checking the queue, they ran to Baby Mo's side and shook their heads at him. I don't see the wretched old grandpa. I don't see one here either. I don't even see the wretched uncle. Looks like the old grandpa didn't disguise himself. Baby Mo touched his chin and turned his head. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Everyone, follow me. Everyone hurriedly followed him and ran forward. The crowd in the queue looked at each other in dismay. This group of children came quickly and ran quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared completely. Baby Mo led his group of schoolmates and ran for a few dozen meters before stopping a man wearing a bamboo hat with his head lowered and waist bent. This person was originally unremarkable, but he just happened to appear not far from the first floor of the sanctuary. The moment he saw Baby Mo, he turned and ran away with a guilty conscience. No one would believe that he was not a ghost. Baby Mo took a step forward and swatted the bamboo hat off his head. It revealed a face that was completely different from the face of the old man from yesterday. That's him. Baby Mo clenched his fist and waved it. Go! The children's blood was boiling. Under the little fellow's command, they quickly rushed up, their small arms and legs landing on the man's body. So this is what you should look like. Mo Bao Bao was furious. What old man? It turned out that the person who traded with him yesterday wasn't an old man at all. Looking at his muscular body, he was just pretending. He was on the verge of tears. He agreed to cooperate with young Master Mo and Madame Mo to act, but he didn't agree to be beaten up. These children swarmed up and hit him with their small arms and legs. Although it didn't hurt or itch, it was really a loss of dignity. However, he could not get angry and push them away. Baby Mo took the chance to throw out a spirit locking rope, which coiled around his arm with a whoosh. No, no, no. Children, children. Calm down, calm down. This person dragged the spirit locking rope and took a few steps back. He said to Baby Mo in tears, "Tell them to stop. Tell them to stop hitting me. I'm already miserable enough. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Chapter 56:08. What are you miserable about? You big scoundrel. Baby Mo shouted crisply. Big liar. Hurry up and return my more than 30 pieces of yellow-grade materials. Speak, what's your name? Speak quickly. Don't lie. Woo G-Dog, leftovers. The group of children choked in unison, as if they didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Sir Guangguang's loud voice roared angrily. I'm asking for your name. And my name is G-Dog Leftovers. Sir Guangguang. The two of them looked at Dog Leftovers with incomparable sympathy. They shook their heads and sighed, thinking at the same time. I originally thought that the Stoic Mother was the world's #1 name lousy, but I didn't expect that she was still slightly better than Dog Leftovers' parents. Speak, why did you lie? Dog Leftovers wept noisily. If it weren't for Sir Guangguang grabbing the back of his collar, he would probably be able to talk about his birth until now, acting pitiful as he spoke. The eyes of the inexperienced little girls couldn't help but redden. Master Guangguang punched him in the head. I'm really very unlucky, Dog Leftovers said while crying. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. The man wiped his tears and used his other hand that wasn't bound by the god-locking rope to gently pull off a gray headscarf on his head. Instantly, a head of short, withered hair was revealed. The group of children sucked in a breath of cold air. They instantly felt that the big scoundrel in front of them was indeed a bit miserable. Half of his head without the headscarf was barren, and the other half was also full of bumps and hollows. Only a few small tufts of hair remained on his withered head, standing firm in the wind. Why are you like this? Baby Mo jumped in fright from his miserable appearance. Only then did she realize that this person's face seemed to be very dark. It was as if he had been ruthlessly struck by lightning. Dog Leftovers pounced over with great acting. He suddenly threw himself onto the ground and hugged Baby Mo's short legs, pounding the ground and wailing loudly. I'm miserable, little young master. I'm truly miserable. Didn't he just want to make his life better? So he thought of setting up a gambling house to cheat people, and the result? He didn't even have enough time to warm up the pile of materials that he had scammed yesterday. Halfway through, he was put in a gunny sack and beaten up violently. Even the assets that he had swindled yesterday were all plundered. You look quite pitiful, Baby Mo said to him sympathetically. It wasn't just miserable. It was incomparably miserable. Goshing's eyes were red as he hugged Baby Mo and cried loudly. The group of children at the side couldn't help but feel depressed. They all said at once, Uncle, don't cry. Uncle, I've stopped crying since I was 6. Uncle, you're a little weak. Go Leftover looked at these childish faces and listened to a string of childish words. He really couldn't bring himself to cry. The emotions that had been brewing up almost disappeared in an instant. He gritted his teeth in anger and hurriedly pulled on Baby Mo's little robe. After brewing for a while, he wailed, Child, you don't know how miserable your uncle is. That's why I say that bad things really do come with retribution. One mustn't take even half a step wrong. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Uncle, Baby Mo looked at him suspiciously. You saw my mother yesterday. Go Leftovers trembled and couldn't help but cry in his heart. He had already told that Madame Mo that her son was talented and smart and wasn't easy to deceive. But Madame Mo insisted that he follow the plan. Chapter 56:09. He said that he had to give his son a scare. Sob, sob, sob. If he wanted to trick his son, could he not involve a small fry like him? He knew that he would not be able to fool this smart little brat. Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, he was about to be exposed. Go Leftover tried his best to keep his expression unchanged and said as fast as he could, Child, look at Uncle. I knew that liars would not have a good ending. The reason why the hair on my head is black and withered is because after I cheated yesterday, the heavenly Tao punished me and I was struck by lightning 18 times. It was not easy to keep my life. Uncle, it's too late for regrets. Baby Mo, Lord Guangguang said, "Liar." There was no thunder at all yesterday. The group of little radishes also nodded, expressing their doubts. They weren't deaf. How could they not know about the lightning punishment from the heavens? Go Leftover hugged baby Mo's leg and cried. "It's true. Believe me. Then the lightning punishment will hit me alone, and I will be covered in a cover." Then sob, 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 sob. He cried miserably. "It was especially cruel and struck me alone." Baby Mo, no matter how he looked at it, why did he feel that this person in front of him was crying and screaming fake? Even his experience felt fake? "You're lying to me." Little Mo Shao stared at this person sharply. "No, no. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. It's all true. Then where are my materials?" "Yes. Quickly return the 30 over materials to Mo Shao." Go Leftover cried and wailed. "Little ancestors, after the lightning strike yesterday, all the materials in my inner world were sob, sob, sob. They were all struck by the heavenly Tao." Baby Mo's eyebrows twitched. Lord Guangguang opened his mouth slightly. "It can't be. The heavenly Tao struck your inner world? This is not true." Go Leftover did not dare to hide, and answered honestly, It just struck all the savings that I had accumulated for a long time. All of them were struck away." Baby Mo immediately understood and patted Go Leftover's face comfortingly. "It's been hard on you. You must have been robbed by my mother. Everyone, Go Leftover. Madam Mo, come out, come out. I already said that your son is not easy to fool. Why did you make me suffer so much? You're so pitiful." Lord Guangguang expressed his sympathy. No matter how he looked at it, why did he feel that the person in front of him was crying and screaming fake? Even his experience felt fake? "You're lying to me." Mo Shao stared sharply at this person. "No, no. Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. It's all true. What about my materials?" "That's right. Hurry up and return to Mo Zhao's 30-plus materials." Goshen cried and wailed. "Dear little ancestors, after yesterday's lightning strike, all of the materials in my inner world were woo. They were all struck by the heavenly Tao." Baby Mo's eyebrows twitched. Lord Guangguang's mouth opened slightly. "No way. The heavenly Tao destroyed your inner world? This is not the case." Goshen didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly that all of the savings this one had accumulated for a long time, all of it gone. Baby Mo immediately understood and patted Goshen's face comfortingly. "It's been hard on you. You must have been robbed by my mother. Everyone, Goshen, Madam Mo, come out, come out. I already said that your son is not easy to fool. Why did you make me suffer so much? You're so pitiful." Lord Guangguang expressed his sympathy. Chapter 56:10. The group of little kids watched as Goshen left pitifully. In their little faces involuntarily hung a few traces of sighs. This person looked quite pitiful. His back was bleak and desolate, looking somewhat miserable and miserable. Sigh the children heaved a long sigh and silently glanced at each other. "Then let's all return home," Baby Mo suggested. The children nodded one after another, saying their goodbyes, and each returned home to find their mothers. Little classmate Mo Shao sighed softly. "Mother is too bad." Yeah, Stoic Mother's really bad. She clearly already helped us and brought back the materials, but she didn't tell us. She even let that uncle act out a farce and pretend to be struck by the heavenly law. What does Stoic Mother want to do? Lord Guangguang said angrily. "Mother just wants us to know. Swindlers don't have a good ending. Swindlers will be beaten by Grandpa Heavenly Law." Lord Guangguang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Stoic Mother is too ridiculous. Does she think we're 3-year-old children? How could this kind of thing deceive us?" Baby Mo nodded with a dazed expression. "We're not 3-year-old children anymore. This kind of thing, just use your brain and you'll know." The two chatted as they walked. When they returned to the bamboo house, they even deliberately looked at each other and helped each other adjust their collars. "You look all right." Imin. "It doesn't look like you hit Go Sheng." "I didn't hit him." Baby Mo tightened the belt around his waist. I just stepped on him twice. Who told that guy to lie on the ground without any moral integrity and grab his robe? The two children stepped into the bamboo garden's courtyard at the same time, and they called out, "We're back." The one who warmly welcomed them was little friend Fu Yun. This guy had just woken up, and he hurriedly ran towards baby Mo with his short legs. "Big brother, big brother, did you run into that swindler grandpa today? Did you ask for all your things back?" Baby Mo expressionlessly held his small hand. "You might not believe me when I say this. We ran into that person on the way home after school today." Little Yun, you didn't see that person's miserable appearance. If you saw it, you would definitely feel that he was very miserable. Little Fu Yun followed his big brother and asked, "You beat him up, didn't you?" Big brother is the most powerful. That old grandpa is definitely not your match. Did the old man cry after that? Lord Guangguang and baby Mo nodded in unison. Of course he cried, but he's not an old grandpa. He's a young man. Oh no, he changed his appearance to deceive us. Wah, big brother, you guys made a big guy cry. He's a swindler, so of course we have to beat him, Lord Guangguang said with conviction. When they looked up, they saw Arbor walking over expressionlessly. He glanced at them and asked, "Why are you back so late?" "Mother." Baby Mo pounced forward and hugged her leg. "Mother, hug me. Don't think that you can fool your mother by acting cute." The stoic expressionlessly bent down to pick up his son and asked while holding him in his arms, "I heard you ran into yesterday's swindler on the way?" Baby Mo nodded vigorously. Amen. How is it a coincidence? Wasn't that swindler personally escorted by his mother? What did you guys talk about? Arbor pretended not to know about this and asked. Chapter 56:11. Nothing much. It's just that the swindler was struck by lightning a bit miserably. We comforted him. Arbor coughed lightly. Tell me what you think. You absolutely can't cheat in the future. Sir Guangguang nodded fiercely. Right. Cheating doesn't have a good ending. Not only will you be struck by lightning, everything in your inner world will also be destroyed. Arbor nodded. Then how did you comfort that swindler? We beat him up. Arbor, is this your way of comforting people? Mommy. Baby Mo's little head burrowed into her embrace. Little Furball loves Mommy the most. Mommy treats little Furball the best. What do you mean? Mommy, don't be embarrassed. I already know everything. You robbed that uncle yesterday. The stoic mother looked at her son expressionlessly. No. Baby Mo blinked. I already beat the uncle until he told me the truth. Arbor, this son seemed to be a bit difficult to handle. Husband. She immediately thought of her son's father. He was the most suitable person to discipline her son. Mo Lien was currently boiling soup in the room. When he heard his wife's roar, he hurriedly ran out with a soup ladle. Wife, what's the matter? Arbor walked up and stuffed his son into his hands. Discipline your son. He didn't want to continue talking to him. Just looking at him was annoying. What did you do? Mo Lien held his son with one hand and lowered her head to glance at him. Baby Mo said aggrievedly, I exposed some of Mommy's little tricks, and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. What did you expose? Mommy robbed that swindler from yesterday, and even had the swindler trick me, she said it was the one who was struck by lightning. Daddy, I already beat the uncle until he told me the truth. Mommy can't lie to me. Baby Mo puffed up his cheeks. She clearly already robbed him clean, but she still insisted that it was the heavenly law's punishment and that lightning struck the uncle's inner world. Does Mommy want to steal little Furball's yellow-gray materials? Mo Lien slapped his butt. Those materials aren't yours. It's all your mom's fault. Baby Mo looked at his father pitifully. He was really a pitiful little guy who was not loved by his parents. Mo Lien picked him up and walked a few steps before throwing him to Venerable Peach Blossom, who had just walked in. He then returned to his room to continue cooking soup to coax his wife. The little doll lay in Ma Shurchen's arms and said pitifully, Uncle Peach Blossom, I'm penniless. Revered Peach Blossom acted as if he was hugging a hot potato. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, You are the richest child in the world. Don't cry about being poor in front of your uncle. I don't have money to give you. Baby Mo raises his head in melancholy and gives a long sigh. My assets have all been confiscated by Mother. In the future, I'm destined to be a person without a single cent of wealth. I won't even be able to marry a wife in the future. Venerable Peach Blossom God, you're still so young, yet you're already thinking about getting a wife. Why did I think of my wife? Look at my father and mother. They're together. It's 2 against 1, and I'm the one who's at an absolute disadvantage. If I find a wife, won't it be 2 against 2? Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't bear to hurt him, but he still couldn't help but say, why don't you think about it? Maybe it's 3 against 1? Baby Mo's mouth gaped open in shock. After a while, he exclaimed, it can't be that tragic, right? Chapter 56:12. Didn't I say we couldn't fool that imp? The husband and wife were hiding in the room and chatting while eating a pot of fish soup. That guy wasn't boasting at all yesterday. He said he couldn't last more than 3 minutes in his son's hands. Emolien picked up a piece of fish for his wife and giggled. I reckon he wouldn't even last a minute before he exposed himself. Arbor blew on the scalding fish and sent it into his mouth with a sigh. He's already so hard to fool at such a young age. When he grows up, he won't be able to fool anyone. That's true. Bam! Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity came over after smelling the fragrance and kicked open the door. He carried Baby Mo in one hand and grabbed Lord Guangguang in the other as he boldly appeared at the door and hollered, great, you too. You actually hid in the room and ate fish soup without calling us. Mommy is bad, but Daddy is worse. Baby Mo wailed indignantly. Lord Guangguang waved his 2 small hands and also shouted, stoic mother and scoundrel father hid in the room and ate without calling us. Arbor calmly set down his chopsticks and waved his hand. We're just tasting. If it's good, we'll cook it for you guys later. 1 adult and 2 children quickly ran over and took their bowls and chopsticks. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly scooped out the soup and picked up the fish. The fish was tender and delicious, and the bones melted in his mouth as if they were crispy. 3 pairs of eyes, 1 adult and 2 children, abruptly lit up. They were practically as bright as the stars. There's more in the pot. You guys can slow down. Arbor exasperatedly glanced at the 3 of them. The big one and the 2 small ones ignored her, minding their own business as they ate. Wow, stoic mother, this fish is even more delicious than the colorful divine fish. What is it? Don't know. I randomly fished it out from the sea of orchids. In less than a quarter of an hour, the whole pot of fish was eaten clean. In the end, not even a drop of soup was left. Arbor was a bit speechless and asked them, do you still want to eat? The 3 heads nodded in unison. Wait a bit. Wait until Duan Yu and the rest come out tonight. Mother. Baby Mo ran to his mother's side and climbed onto her, rubbing his head against her chest. The fish you cooked is so delicious. Little Dumpling likes it very much. His father couldn't help but glare at the back of his head. This fellow clearly knew that his father had worked hard to make this fish soup, yet he turned around and flattered his mother. He was really a child that made people speechless. Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand to rub his son's head, but warned him, you're not allowed to gamble tomorrow, okay? Baby Mo nodded profusely, replying in a childish voice, after seeing a ghost, wouldn't you be afraid of the dark? Mother, Xiao Tuanzi has been fooled once, and will never be fooled a second time. Xiaomu broke into laughter and poked her son's small head with her finger. You're the clever one. The next day, early in the morning, the competition venue was already filled with people. Everyone had come early in the morning to reserve seats. It couldn't be helped. There were obviously more people watching the competition today than yesterday. After all, those idlers who were eliminated in the first round yesterday all had time to come and watch the subsequent matches today. 2 young men stood on the stage. Their robes were washed until they were white. It looked like they hadn't changed into new clothes for a long time. Baby Mo sat on Zhang Feng's shoulder, the burly man who resembled an iron tower. He shook his legs and exclaimed, wow, the 2 big brothers in this competition are too poor. Chapter 56:13. When the uncle on the left turned his head, Baby Mo could see an inconspicuous patch on the back of his neck. The people in the sacred sanctuary are all quite poor. Lord Guangguang expressed his opinion. Then he suddenly realized that the people around him were staring at him, as if they wanted to eat him up. "Why are you staring at Lord Guangguang?" Is what Lord Guangguang said not the truth? The truth was that the people in the sacred sanctuary were all ridiculously poor. The sacred palace that was about to descend was probably because the heavenly axiom saw that the people in the sacred sanctuary were living too pitifully, so it gave them some benefits and supplements every other year. If not for the heavenly axiom daddy giving them some help from time to time, most of the people in the sacred sanctuary would have starved to death. The two people on the stage had already started fighting. Today's match was obviously more interesting than yesterday's. The two people on the stage exchanged punches, and as they fought, Baby Mo could not take his eyes off them. His eyes were watching, but his little brain was working nonstop. Standing in the uncle's position on the left, how should he neutralize the opponent's moves and counterattack? After analyzing the moves, Baby Mo stood in the uncle's position on the right and analyzed the opponent's moves again. After he finished analyzing, he thought to himself, "The uncle on the left is weak and unable to continue. I'm afraid he's going to lose." In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. It was as Baby Mo had predicted. The little fellow was secretly pleased. When the second pair of opponents went on stage, he started to focus on watching, analyzing the moves of the two people. Then he said, "Well, in less than 2 minutes, the one on the left is going to lose." As expected, not long after, the person whom Baby Mo had predicted to lose was stabbed in the thigh by his opponent and fell to the ground. After this happened a few times, the few people around him could not help but look at this little child in a new light. It was really amazing, wasn't it? This little child could not be so lucky every time to predict which one of the opponents would lose, right? A middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Kid, then guess who won and who lost between the two on the arena?" Baby Mo was also staring intently at the two people who had suddenly jumped onto the stage. This time, there was no need to analyze the moves. Baby Mo smiled and said, "Of course I know. The one on the left will win." Wasn't that obvious? That unlucky guy on the right ran into his foster father, so it was impossible for him not to lose. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party was sent flying out at a speed comparable to that of light. Victory and defeat were decided in a single exchange. This time, the middle-aged woman was truly shocked, and she turned to stare at Baby Mo with a bewildered expression. "Child, you're actually able to discern the opponent's cultivation level. What realm did he see?" He was just taking advantage of the situation. Baby Mo pursed his lips and ignored the middle-aged woman. However, the other party kept sizing him up, as if he had developed a little interest in him. Seeing that he didn't speak, the middle-aged woman smiled kindly and asked, "Little friend, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Master Guangguang couldn't help but turn to look at her. "You want to recommend yourself to be little Furball's master?" The woman's face turned slightly red. That little rascal's gaze seemed to be saying, "You're overestimating yourself." Cough. Indeed, with her strength, it seemed that she really wasn't qualified. However, she inexplicably wanted to try. Chapter 56:14. This little brat looked very talented. If it was possible, taking him in as a disciple would definitely not be a loss. With that in mind, the middle-aged woman put on a friendlier face. "Child, what's your name? Where do you live? Why don't I talk to your parents personally?" Lord Guangguang waved his hand. "Our little dumpling can make decisions for himself." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but smile. "All right then, child, are you willing to take me as your master and become my disciple?" Baby Mo shook his head repeatedly. "I'm a disciple of the Holy Water Sect." "Holy Water Sect? That should be some sect from the lower realm." The woman chuckled. "Silly child, that's a sect from the lower realm, right? Don't worry. You've already ascended to the saint level with your parents. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be able to go back in this lifetime. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your parents. If you take me as your master, I guarantee that you will be able to do whatever you want in the saint realm." "Thank you, Auntie." Baby Mo said seriously, "I don't really want to walk sideways like a crab. I just want to walk normally." Lord Guangguang chuckled. The woman looked at him speechlessly. "Child, I'm just making an analogy. Baby Mo patted his chest. Once a holy water sect disciple for a day, a holy water sect disciple for a lifetime. Sir Guangguang lowered his voice and whispered into his ear, "Little dumpling, the holy water sect won't accept you at all. They don't accept male disciples." "Who said so?" Baby Mo rolled his eyes. "You have to accept it even if you don't want to. I was already a holy water sect disciple when I was in my mother's womb. Who dares not to accept me?" Sir Guangguang thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and said, "That's true. The holy water sect simply can't reject the little dumpling." When the little dumpling was in the stoic mother's stomach, she was already a disciple of the holy water sect. So what the little dumpling said seemed to be very reasonable. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly. "How about this? Let me talk to your parents." Since this child was so stubborn, it was better to look for his parents. Perhaps they would be able to persuade him. Sir Guangguang looked at the woman with a strange expression. Baby Mo sighed, not wanting to bother with her anymore. He turned to look at the pair of figures fighting in the arena. After so many battles, the atmosphere of the competition was very intense. Below the ring, the crowd of onlookers cheered and shouted, sometimes dancing and sometimes clapping their hands. Baby Mo reached out and patted Zhang Feng. "Uncle, let's go over there and choose our opponents." The next round was Uncle Zhang's turn. Zhang Feng squeezed his way to the edge of the arena and saw that the 10 members of his group had already gathered. The judge held a small booklet and looked back and forth a few times. "Let's begin." He repeated the designation 3 times before the team members were all arranged. Zhang Feng's opponent was an old man, who glanced over with a worried expression. "Uncle's luck is not bad." Baby Mo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "You will definitely win today." The little guy's mouth was really sharp. The following match between Zhang Feng and the old man was without suspense. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman became even more determined to take Baby Mo as her disciple. When Arbor walked over expressionlessly, he saw a middle-aged woman chatting up her son with a smile. But the 2 children didn't seem to want to talk to her. "Mother." When Baby Mo saw his mother, he immediately floated over and landed in Arbor's arms. Chapter 56:15. Arbor was still under the effect of the transformation talisman. That middle-aged woman couldn't help but be inwardly astonished when she saw the child's ordinary appearance and figure a bit indescribable. How could such a mediocre woman give birth to such an exquisite and outstanding child? "Daddy," the middle-aged woman looked up and saw a thin man walking over. His appearance was so ordinary that it wouldn't make a splash if he was thrown into the water. She couldn't help but be even more puzzled. The child's parents only had this kind of appearance. That was the karma accumulated over several lifetimes for them to obtain such an intelligent, smart, beautiful, and adorable child. Arbor glanced at the middle-aged woman. "What business do you have?" The middle-aged woman deliberately put on a smile and tried to worm her way into being friends with Arbor. "Madam, I intend to take your son as my disciple. How about we find a secluded place to sit down and have a good chat?" Arbor was taken aback before waving his hand and saying, "No need. Mother, I already told her that I have a master and that I'm a disciple of the Holy Water Sect. But she just had to pull me along and talk nonsense." Baby Mo looked at his mother in distress and said, "Sigh, it's also very vexing to have such a high aptitude. Even when I'm walking on the streets, I'll casually be pulled in as a disciple by others." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but be speechless when they heard this. This little brat was too arrogant and comical. How could he praise himself to this extent who knew that his mother would actually nod along with this child and say in full approval, "Back then, your grandmaster only took a fancy to Mother because her aptitude was exceptionally outstanding. Sigh, I bitterly chased Mother through 18 streets and all the way to the water boundary before I received her." Everyone, the mother and son, were the same. Blowing their own trumpet was a bit too much. The middle-aged woman smiled very awkwardly and could only place her hopes on that father, who looked more normal. "You're the child's father, right?" I think the father didn't wait for her to finish speaking and raised his hand to stop her from continuing to nag. "Don't say any more. My son won't acknowledge you as his master." The middle-aged woman still wanted to persuade him. However, that father expressionlessly said, "My son already acknowledged the heavenly law as his master when he was born. Everyone, why can't you just blink when you're talking big?" The middle-aged woman's face instantly turned red. This couple was really funny. The child's future would be ruined if he followed them. Even if he looked down on her as a child's master, there was no need for him to bring up the heavenly Tao. "You don't believe me?" Mo Lien continued to look at her son expressionlessly. "Son, try shouting." Mo Bao blinked and jumped into his mother's arms. He shouted happily, "Grandpa Heavenly Tao, if I call you, do you dare to throw a grenade at me?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of rolling thunder exploded above Mo Lien's head. Mo Lien, that idiot, had long sensed it. He first raised the defensive thunder barrier and expressionlessly glanced at the mother and son. Arbor wanted to laugh. Her husband was really pitiful. For so many years, the heavenly Tao did not like the mother and son, so it struck her husband. Sometimes, it would even throw a grenade at you in the middle of the night. Her husband had been trained for a long time and was already fearless. Everyone was dumbstruck as they stared dumbfoundedly at that strange family of three. "Did you see that?" Mo Bao said complacently. "My master responded to me." The middle-aged woman's face was deathly pale as she nodded repeatedly. This time, she didn't dare to say anything more. She hurriedly withdrew from the crowd and ran away. Chapter 56:16. What else could she do if she didn't run? This child actually acknowledged the heavenly Tao as his master. This was really like seeing a ghost. If she didn't run, what if the heavenly Tao went crazy and struck a lightning bolt on her head? What did she do then? She could only cry as she went to meet her death. Not everyone could withstand a lightning bolt without batting an eyelid. From the looks of it now, that family of three was undoubtedly a weirdo. Watching the middle-aged woman run away like a wisp of smoke, Baby Mo looked at Arbor with a puzzled expression. "Mother, why did that Andy run away? Didn't she want to take this baby as her disciple?" Baby Mo said unhappily. "If a lightning bolt can scare her away, then if she encounters a strong enemy in the future, she'll definitely abandon Little Fur Ball and run away by herself first." Arbor nodded in full agreement, reaching out to stroke his son's head. "Son, you're absolutely right. We can't have this kind of master." Amen. Baby Mo vigorously nodded his little head. Jojo turned to look at her husband, lifting her hand to shove her son over. "Let's go home." Baby Mo climbed onto his father, reaching out to hug his father's neck as he asked, "Daddy, did Grandpa Heavenly Tao's lightning bolt hurt you just now?" Mo Lien was expressionless. "I'll be thanking the heavens and earth when you stop causing trouble for your father." Little Fur Ball pursed his little mouth. "How is this causing trouble? Without Little Fur Ball, Daddy and Mommy would have a lot less fun." His father chuckled. "I have to thank you all." Baby Mo nodded in all seriousness. "You're welcome, Daddy. You're my father. It's only right for me to be filial to you." Mo Lien, Lord Jojo, suddenly burst into laughter. Father and son hurriedly turned to look at her. Your mother's smiling. "Daddy, hurry, take out the image talisman array. My mother is really the most beautiful person in the world. She's so beautiful when she smiles. I want to preserve it." Emolian irritably slapped her son's butt. Scram. That was her wife. She still wanted to preserve it with the image talisman array. Dream on, not letting anyone see it. The little dumpling angrily twisted his little body. Mother. Her mother turned a deaf ear to her words and ran off without saying a word. Father. Mother ran away, quickly chased after her. The family of three chased each other out of the crowd. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Why does this kid look so familiar? He looks like the child of the couple in the bamboo garden." It can't be. The couple in the bamboo garden could be said to be one of the most beautiful people in the sacred region. Most importantly, they had a group of eye-catching handsome men and beautiful women with them. All of them were outstanding. Who didn't know about this? Oh, that's right. Why haven't those youngsters from the bamboo garden come to participate in the competition? Someone immediately chuckled and interrupted that person's guess. Is there need to ask? They don't even care about the materials in the sacred palace. Think about it. What kind of place is the bamboo garden? Now, everyone in the sanctuary knew about this. The bamboo garden is a place where resources are concentrated. The people in the bamboo garden are still selling materials every day. That's right. Why would they need to go to the sacred palace and go through so many hardships and dangers to obtain such a small amount of materials? Everyone was talking at once, and they all felt that their analysis was very reasonable. Letting out a long sigh, she looked up at the misty sky with a sorrowful expression. If they had the resources in hand, they naturally wouldn't need to go to the sacred palace and risk their lives. Chapter 56:17. The next morning, Xiao Tuanzi and Lord Guangguang were dressed neatly at the entrance of the bamboo garden. They looked at the group of uncles and aunties who came out of their rooms and looked at each other. The two children were dressed in pure white robes and had furry hats on their heads. Both of them had bags on their chests and backs. They looked like they were fleeing for their lives. Reverend Peach Blossom couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He coughed lightly and asked, "Children, where are you going? I heard that after today's competition, we will be heading to the sacred palace. We have prepared in advance and can set off at any time." They were going to take an adventure as they wished. Lord Jojo came down from the bamboo house expressionlessly. With a wave of his hand, a series of golden talismans immediately concealed the bamboo building. During the time they were away, to prevent the bamboo house from being used by some shady people, they needed some special defensive measures. For example, they could hide the bamboo house and sprinkle fire poison around it. They could also set up layers of defensive barriers on top of the bamboo house. It was set up perfectly. Lord Jojo kept Wu Shuang and her son back into the star region. He then walked to the children who were carrying bags and said expressionlessly, "You are the only recommended candidate. You can't bring Guangguang with you." The two children hugged each other on the spot. Lord Guangguang grabbed baby Mo and shook his head like a rattledrum. He shouted, No, I want to live and die with Xiao Tuanzi. In the fire, in the fire, in the water, in the water." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Looking at this little expression that was so good at singing and acting, it really made one speechless. "You should use your original body to follow Xiao Tuanzi." Lord Jojo ignored him and said, "You know that if you go against the heavens, you will be struck by lightning again. Anyway, Daddy is used to it." Everyone, and Mo Yin glowered at Sir Guangguang, who had a loose tongue. "Say that again." "Xiao Tuanzi. Wah wah wah." Lord Guangguang hurriedly hugged baby Mo. Baby Mo hugged him back and shouted, "When we reach the entrance of the sacred palace, let Guangguang change back." "No." The couple shook their heads at the same time. That stingy heavenly Tao finally put down a holy palace for people to go and retrieve some things. "If you cheat at the entrance, you will definitely be kicked out." Baby Mo looked pitifully at Lord Guangguang. The latter was also looking at him eagerly. Mo Yin was speechless. It was just making the light, congealing mirror return to its original form. It wasn't like it was leaving his son. Did these two little actors really have to put on such a show of life and death so early in the morning? "Hurry up!" Mo Yin shouted impatiently. After the light, congealing mirror finished crying, it turned into a small handheld mirror and landed in Baby Mo's hand. The two bags that he was originally carrying also fell at Baby Mo's feet. Inhumane, Mo Bao Bao wiped his eyes miserably and bent down to put the two big bags back on his body. As a result, this strange child hung 4 bundles from front to back, almost drowning himself. Lord Jojo silently twitched his mouth. "You can keep them back into your inner world first." "Mother, don't think of tricking me. Didn't you seal Xiao Tuanzi's inner world every time we went out for training?" "Lord Jojo, this time, it's different from the previous training. Mother won't seal your inner world." Chapter 56:18. The little girl's bright phoenix eyes widened as she looked at her mother suspiciously. She asked hesitantly, "Really?" His mother nodded. "Mother never lies to you." Little Furball thought for a while and kept all 3 bags in his inner world, leaving only 1 bag on his arm. Everyone, Little Furball carried the bag on his back and floated out with his mother. "Mother, Little Furball hasn't had breakfast yet. Don't you have steam buns in your bag? Lord Jojo said in annoyance. That won't do. That's for after the training. Little Furball quickly floated to his mother's side. Mother. Arbor was speechless. He took out 2 roasted sweet potatoes and gave one to his son. Back then, I thought your Aunt Shin Shin was stingy enough. I didn't expect that there would be another mountain higher than you. You're even stingier than her. M.O. Bao Bao blinked and said modestly, It's all thanks to Mother's good teaching. Jojo. M.O. Lien couldn't resist chortling. This little fellow had choked his mother to the point that she couldn't even speak. The family of 3 rushed to the arena. Little Furball mixed into the crowd and found Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was also looking around. Seeing him come over, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and picked him up. Little Furball, where's your little friend? M.O. Bao Bao said pitifully, Sigh, the world is unpredictable. He hung the mirror in his hand on his waist. His entire person looked desolate as he raised his hand to touch the mirror. Zhang Feng was shocked. Could it be that your little friend is dead? Hey! M.O. Bao Bao glared at him. Uncle, how can you curse Lord Guangguang? Zhang Feng quickly apologized. Sorry. He saw this little rascal's worried face and said that the world was unpredictable. Naturally, he thought of something bad. M.O. Bao Bao pouted. He can't accompany me for a while. It's fine. Uncle Zhang will play with you when he's free. Uncle, if you make it to the top 200 today, then you'll follow the team to the Sacred Palace. The little guy snorted and deliberately whispered, and you said you'll play with me. Zhang Feng patted his head and said apologetically, That's right. How about this? When Uncle comes out of the Sacred Palace, I'll bring you a gift. Baby M.O. blinked. All right, then I'll forgive you for not keeping your promise. Zhang Feng gave a simple and honest smile and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hurriedly went below the arena to choose his opponent. Today's matches had to be finished before noon, so each match was set to last for half an incense stick's time. There were more than 300 people participating in the competition, and they needed to eliminate more than 100 people before the competition could end. The setting was that within the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, no matter what method was used to defeat the opponent, the victory would be obtained. Therefore, the match was filled with the smell of gunpowder from the beginning. Everyone gave it their all, no longer holding back, throwing out all their trump cards. It had to be said that Zhang Feng's luck was pretty good. The person he was fighting against had been defeated by M.O. Lien in one move and had even been injured. After being eliminated and then fighting with Zhang Feng naturally had the upper hand. The 200 matches from start to finish were hastily announced to end not long after noon. Master Dongfang walked up with a smile, holding a list of winners, and announced a string of names. Finally, he said, There are 2 guaranteed spots. One is young Master M.O. Xiaomo, and the other is this one. Chapter 5619. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what was going on. Master Dongfang Yu had recommended them to the Sacred Palace, so they naturally knew about it. Because it was like this every year, they didn't feel surprised. But who was that young Master M.O. Xiao? He was nowhere to be seen during the competition. Now that he had been recommended, why was he still nowhere to be seen? A middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a big belly stepped forward, shaking his head and asking, I wonder who this young Master M.O. Xiao is. Master Dongfang Yu smiled, his gaze falling on the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to be curious. The most important thing now is for everyone to see if you have prepared enough medicine and defensive equipment. According to the usual practice, we will be teleported to the entrance of the Sacred Palace in about an hour. Everyone should prepare as soon as possible. What he said was true, but in fact, everyone didn't have much to prepare. What needed to be prepared had already been prepared. Who would still be busy preparing supplies at this crucial time? Their things were basically stuffed in their inner worlds or space rings. 200 people were now eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Sacred Palace. Zhang Feng was just about to put baby M.O. down from his shoulder when he saw the little guy pointing to the front. Uncle, go over there. Find my father and mother. Zhang Feng responded and walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. At this time, There were only 200 people on the field. Zhang Feng saw a group of more than 30 young men and women gathered together. The little dumpling wailed, "Nyangqin, Nyangqin." A woman in snow-white clothes with an icy appearance turned her head and waved at the child. Zhang Feng was a little confused, muttering to himself, "That's your mother? Why is she different from the last time I saw her?" Baby Mo giggled. "Last time my father and mother used a transformation talisman. It was to avoid trouble during the competition. Now that the effect of the talisman had passed, she naturally returned to her original appearance." Zhang Feng thought that was true. He had always heard people say that the group of people from the bamboo garden were all extremely outstanding. Now that he saw it, they really lived up to their reputation. Baby Mo floated down from Zhang Feng's shoulder and stretched out a small hand to pick up one of Zhang Feng's fingers. "Uncle, let's go." Zhang Feng followed over. He was still a little reserved, hurriedly greeting Mo Lien, Arbor, and the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mo Lien said with a smile, "My son has disturbed your excellency for several days. I'm really sorry." Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand, touched the back of his head, and said, No. The little dumpling is very obedient. It's not troublesome at all." Baby Mo nodded repeatedly to express his agreement. At the side, a fat man with a big belly who was secretly sizing them up suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I know. This child is the young Master Mo Xiao, that Master Dongfang you mentioned. Wasn't the male master of the bamboo garden surnamed Mo? There was no doubt about it. Damn, this group of people really didn't even let go of the sacred palace. There were more than 30 people in a row. That meant that they had all signed up for the competition. He had even secretly changed into a human form so that no one could recognize him. Now that the competition was over, he had finally revealed his true appearance. All of them were so sinister. They were aiming for the resources of the sacred palace. Someone couldn't help but murmur, who said that the people of the bamboo garden didn't care about the resources of the sacred palace. Did the person who said this feel like he was being slapped in the face? This was the biggest joke in the world. Chapter 5620. Everyone was speechless as they stared at Arbor's group in bewilderment. Fuck, these people really wanted to head to the Holy Palace and compete with them for resources and the legendary sacred beast egg. Someone couldn't help but muster the courage to say, "Aren't you guys still selling resources?" They had enough resources, yet they still wanted to compete with these pitiful people in the palace. It didn't make sense. Moreover, their group of 30-plus people was simply an oddity. Even the saint-level practitioners like them had formed several teams after the competition. However, they usually formed teams of 5 or 7 people. A team of 10 people was considered a large team. But them, did they have any shame at all for having 30-plus people in a team? Arbor glanced at everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't be bothered to care what they were thinking. In any case, they had already obtained the right to enter the Holy Palace, so why bother with these mediocre people? They've already sold so many resources, yet they're still greedy enough to want to go in and compete with us. Another person muttered quietly. Arbor abruptly turned his head and stared at him coldly. Say that again." Feng Changqing and the others couldn't resist rubbing their foreheads. This was a sign that the little stoic was about to fly into a rage. It was dead silent all around, and no one spoke again. They were probably scared stiff by the little stoic's icy provocation. After a long time, no one uttered a word. Like a peacemaker, Master Dongfang hastily stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone is equal before the Holy Palace. Resources are abundant, and everyone relies on their own abilities. No need to panic. After we enter the palace, we'll act separately. We naturally won't delay everyone's search for resources. Why didn't everyone make a move? They just didn't feel confident. A young man in his early 20s weakly raised his hand. I have a question. Madam Mo, is your team still accepting people? Everyone, you fucking spineless thing. You saw that there were so many people in the team and that their prospects were obvious, so you wanted to follow them and take advantage of them. Bah, what a shameless dog. Fortunately, that Madame Mo expressionlessly rejected him with a stoic face. Otherwise, they also planned to join Madame Mo's team. In any case, taking in one was the same as taking in 2, 3, 10, or even 8. Why did they have to let 3 to 5 of them fight fiercely? Only a fool would refuse when they had the support of a large group. Sigh, what a pity. Everyone lamented in their hearts and glanced at the stoic face with self-reproach. The little stoic was baffled. It was as if these people were all sick, looking at her with a bitter expression. She didn't have any candy for them. Mother, when are we leaving? Baby Mo floated behind his mother's head and asked excitedly. I'm so happy. I'm going to go on an adventure with my parents. Would the sacred palace be fun? Would there be any ferocious beasts inside? If there is, I wonder if I can release Hun Dun and swallow it in one gulp. Recently, Hun Dun kept saying that he did not have enough to eat. This child was really pitiful. Baby Mo planned to let the little pitiful chaos out after entering the palace, so that it could take a breather and let out some fresh air. Don't let that little cutie die from holding it in for so long. If his uncles knew what Baby Mo was planning, they would definitely wish for nothing more than to go up and beat him up. What a super ferocious beast. Cutie my ass. Quickly look, it's the sacred palace, someone shouted excitedly. Chapter 56:21. Hearing the sound, everyone looked up, only to see a palace standing tall in the vast white fog, like a feather slowly sliding down, until the entire palace landed steadily on the ground. Click, 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 click sounds of gears turning, followed by a series of rumbling noises from within the palace walls in the distance. The palace was now in front of everyone. The palace door was closed, and the side doors were all tightly shut. An impatient brother ran forward a few steps, reaching out to push open the front door of the palace. However, his body stumbled forward a step, and his hand touched the air. Everyone roared with laughter. Master Dongfang smiled good-naturedly, shaking his head. Brother, don't be impatient. The palace you see in front of you is not real. We still have to wait for the heavenly axiom to teleport us to the real palace. Only when we meet up with the people from the north, west, and south can we enter the sacred palace together. Everyone smiled good-naturedly, and that man awkwardly raised his hand to touch his head. This was the first time he had won and entered the top 200, obtaining the qualification to train in the sacred palace. So he was a little impatient. After all, he had been in this broken sacred domain for almost 10 years, and there was always a vast expanse of white fog in front of him. Now that he could finally change the environment, how could he not be impatient? Brother Wang, don't be impatient. One of his companions in the team said with a smile. According to the usual practice, after we are teleported to the sacred palace, we can still have a sumptuous meal to use. This could also be considered a gift from the heavenly axiom once a year in the sacred domain. This damned place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. The heavenly axiom's annual feast could be considered a sumptuous reward for all the victors. Someone on the side added with a smile, the heavenly axiom's feast is really good. Master Dongfang raised his hand and pressed down. Everyone, please be patient. Everyone's hearts surged, and everyone stared at the sacred palace's phantom in front of them, rubbing their fists and palms, their blood and vigor high. As long as they thought of being able to enter this sacred palace immediately, and then obtain some good things for themselves, everyone's heart was filled with a layer of fire, and they were extremely happy. Arbor glanced at Master Dongfang beside him expressionlessly. How much longer do we have to wait? Master Dongfang smiled and said, they should be here soon. After he finished speaking, a teleportation light fell on everyone, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Not long after, the group of over 200 people disappeared from where they stood. A moment later, they landed on a meadow filled with fragrant grass. Except for the people in Arbor, everyone could not help but cheer. There were also people who were so excited that they rolled on the grass and touched the grass with their hands. Their eyes were filled with tears. Arbor, Baby Mo blinked his eyes. Do they have to be so agitated? Mo Lien coughed softly. You have to understand how others feel. Many people haven't seen grass for decades. Baby Mo thought that she was right. Every day, they could enjoy the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, or the sun, the beach, and the ocean. These people's real names were bleak. Many of them had not left the sacred region for hundreds of years, let alone decades. Master Dongfang pointed to the side. Those are the people from the northern region. Master Dongfang and Master Dongfang were on good terms. When they saw them, they smiled and went forward to greet them. Brother Dongfang and the others have arrived. Young Master Mo, Madam Mo, hello. Chapter 56:22. Everyone greeted him and exchanged a few pleasantries. The Master of the North had always been on good terms with the Master of the East. At this moment, he brought a group of people to stand beside them. At this moment, there were still many practitioners rolling around on the grass. Baby Mo lay on his father's shoulder. His paralyzed little face was filled with a serious expression. Daddy, I feel that these people are sad and pitiful. Why do you say that? They're already so old, yet they're still so retarded. Baby Mo sighed and said, This sacred region is really not a place that people can stay in. Daddy, let's play for a while or go back. Imogen was amused and angry at the same time. She stretched out her finger and poked her son's forehead. Do you think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Let's greet Grandpa Heavenly Tao and ask him to let us out. Imogen really wanted to ask her son, what made you think that Heavenly Tao would be so easy to talk to? Just because you said you wanted to leave, would he let you go? This place is really too desolate. Baby Imo shook his head and said, Daddy, look, those people are so happy even when they see the grass. If they enter the palace and see the lake or the ocean, wouldn't they go crazy? Imogen rubbed her son's head in amusement. In a blink of an eye, the people from the west and south also arrived one after another. On the grass field in front of the palace, there were now 808 people standing. They were jostling and pushing each other. It was a little noisy. The Master of the South was an incomparably enchanting woman. Half of her slender legs were bare, and her figure swayed gracefully. When she started to move, it was really frightening. The gazes of many men gathered on her body. When her small waist swayed, it really made people feel incomparably excited. The Master of the West smiled and went over. He raised his large palm and hugged the woman's waist. Nan, long time no see. I really missed you. The Master of the South giggled and twisted her body, knocking away the Master of the West's perverted hand. Get lost, you rotten old man. Don't think that I don't know that you've taken in 3 more beautiful concubines. The Western Master licked his lips and smiled. In the blink of an eye, he saw the Eastern Master and the Northern Master standing not too far away. He chuckled and walked over. He said with ill intentions, Brothers, we meet again. Hey, the 2 brothers have selected quite a few able-bodied men this time. The Western Master's gaze swept across everyone's faces. When it landed on Arbor's face, his eyes suddenly lit up. Miss, you don't look familiar. Are you new here? The Western Master took a few steps forward with a smile on his face, and one of his hands brushed Arbor's face maliciously. Little M.O. Bao, who was in his father's arms, immediately exploded. She pulled her 2 small hands together and shouted angrily, Guang Guang, whip him. A small mirror suddenly jumped out from his waist and rushed forward without any explanation. Pa! Pa! It smashed towards the Western Master's wretched face. Hey! The Master of the West didn't expect that a mirror would suddenly jump out and beat him up. He hurriedly stretched out his hands to block, but that demon mirror's speed was too fast. Without any explanation, it gave him that old face of his and hit him twice. The Master of the West simply couldn't stop its attack. Weakling, you still want to take liberties with my mother. I think you're courting death. The little kid roared fiercely with an expressionless face. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Chapter 56:23. Holy shit, this seems a little explosive. They hadn't even entered the sacred palace yet, and the people from the western and eastern regions were already fighting. Whoa, the one who attacked was a child who hadn't even grown hair yet. Looking at the brat's arrogance, Master Dongfang just watched with a smile. He didn't say anything to stop him. Master Jojo glared at her husband. Her son had been led astray by her husband. He was like a moving volcano. Her husband was carrying this child. If he wanted to stop him, he would have done so long ago. It was all her husband's idea. He let his son stand up for him while he watched the show from the side. And Mo Lien had an innocent look on her face. Master Dongfang put down his hands and hurriedly took out a bronze mirror from his inner world to look at himself. Then he roared angrily, "Come out, come out. Which villain dares to trick your father?" Holy shit, his face was hit twice by a stupid mirror. Now, his left cheek was swollen. What was even more hateful was that a small portion of his originally well-trimmed beard had been snapped off by the mirror. It was simply heartbreaking for him. Baby Mo kicked his two short legs. "Daddy, this person spoke rudely to you. I'll kill him for you." Mo Lien's mouth twitched. She hurriedly reached out to hold down her funny son. This child probably took after his mother. He looked like a warmonger. Everything about him was like his mother. Of course, he only cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, he would definitely be beaten by his wife, Yi Xiaoyi. Yes, the two of them shot out from behind the crowd. Yi kicked Master Dongfang's lower body fiercely. Xiaoye's fist was infused with holy power, aiming for his cheekbone. Master Dongfang was shocked. He hurriedly turned around to dodge. He waved his sleeves, trying to deflect the attack. However, these two people were extremely powerful. His casual sweep was simply too late to sweep away the two forces of energy that were pouncing towards him. The two forces of holy power rushed to his legs. Master Dongfang's knees immediately went soft. He was about to kneel on the ground. The Western Master was shocked. He hurriedly raised his right hand and slammed it on the ground. He did a somersault in the air, but when his feet landed on the ground, they went limp and he almost fell to his knees. Aoyi and Xiaoyi giggled. Their expressions turned solemn as they attacked the Western Master again. The three of them immediately began a chaotic battle, flying back and forth on the large lawn, swords and sabers clashing. Everyone was dazzled, and they couldn't help but be speechless in their hearts. The Southern Master giggled and couldn't help but tremble. I say, old Western Master, why are you getting more and more backward? Why haven't you made any progress after a year of seclusion? Instead, you've regressed? From the looks of it, you can't even stabilize the early stage of the immortal venerable realm. Some people couldn't help whispering when they heard this. It can't be, right? My cultivation level will regress. Hey, look at you little brats. Some of you are entering the sacred palace for the first time, so you don't understand. If you don't understand, I'll tell you. The Southern Master let out a string of bell-like laughter. When the Western Master was fighting with late night, his face instantly darkened. His entire face could not hide his ugly expression. Let me tell you, this sacred palace was really fun. After you enter, there's also the luck ranking. The higher the ranking, the luckier the person is. Last year, your Western Master's points were -500, and he was ranked last. He was the unlucky one who ranked last in the Sacred Palace's trial. Chapter 56-24. Do you know the reason? Some people covered their mouths and snickered, while others looked at the Southern Master in confusion, their faces begging for an explanation. Your Western Master, it's because he accidentally ate some immortal herb while exploring the Sacred Palace. Oh my, it was bad then. The Southern Master chuckled and covered his face with a handkerchief. Arbor felt that if the Southern Master could walk out of the Sacred Palace, he might be able to become a storyteller in a tea house. She was actually quite good at telling stories. The Western Master's face had long turned black. He glared at her fiercely and scolded, "Shut up." The Southern Master pursed his lips and raised his handkerchief to soothe his chest. "Why are you so fierce? I just want to remind these little friends not to think that the Sacred Palace is a fun place. It's full of danger. If you're not careful and don't get any benefits, you might end up like Western Master. You accidentally ate an immortal herb and your cultivation regressed. Is it true?" Someone secretly asked the others. Seeing that a few seniors who entered the Sacred Palace every year nodded in unison, they became vigilant. The Sacred Palace was so deceitful. It was possible that they wouldn't get any benefits after entering, but would end up in big trouble. The Western Master's face turned green and black. Seeing the curious gazes around him, He was so angry that he laughed. What? You all want to challenge this old man? Even if my cultivation regresses to the early stage of the immortal supremacy realm, you're still no match for me. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Seeing that the Western Master was angry, they hurriedly took a few steps back. At this moment, the sacred palace's door creaked. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw the towering pitch-black doors of the sacred palace moving by themselves despite the lack of wind. They were slowly being pushed inwards by a heavy force. Everyone's heart tightened, and they hurriedly moved forward. The people in the front row were the first to rush over. But before they could step on the steps, a few of them were sent flying by the force. The Eastern Master smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Look at the road. You can't pass by the side. You can only take the path in the middle." When everyone heard Master Dongfang's explanation, they all looked up. Sure enough, from the first level to the far end of the stairs, there was a pine and cypress stone path that could only allow one person to pass. Everyone has a chance to go in, but you can't be impatient. Is that so? Everyone, hurry up and line up. Everyone rushed to the front of the line, but the people from the eastern region had already taken the initiative and lined up at the bottom of the steps. Young Master Mo, Madam Mo, please go ahead. Master Dongfang smiled politely. Mo Yin held the baby and nodded at his wife. Jojo did not decline. He lifted his small steps and walked towards the path in the middle. However, as soon as she stepped onto the first step, she felt a wave of pressure rushing towards her. Her entire body was pushed back by an invisible hand on her shoulder. Lady Jojo raised her other leg and stood firmly on the first step of the stairs. She frowned. Mo Yin and Master Dongfang also noticed that the situation was a little strange, especially Master Dongfang. It was not his first time participating in the Sacred Palace's training. Naturally, he knew that the passage was not that big of a resistance. Chapter 56-25. But now, just by looking at Madame Mo's first step, the resistance she faced was quite strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been swept away by this tyrannical obstructive force. Only Madame Mo could still stand steadily on the first level at this moment, her eyes sweeping coldly in front of her. What? Everyone looked at each other and followed behind the group of people from the East region, anxiously craning their necks to look up. Arbor turned to look at Master Dongfang. You guys are like this in the past too? It took half a day to take a step? It wasn't that she couldn't walk up after half a day, but it was fine if everyone was like this. But obviously, looking at Master Dongfang's expression, it didn't seem so. Master Dongfang hurriedly shook his head. Madame Mo, there wasn't such a strong resistance when we walked through this passage in the past. Arbor sneered. That would mean that the heavenly Tao was targeting Lord Xiao Qiao. Master Dongfang watched the commotion from the side and chuckled delicately. A little girl. How about this? You come down first and let sister pass first. Scram. Master Dongfang, whose face was bruised and swollen, hurriedly waved his sleeves and put on a fake smile. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. If you can't, then come down. Don't waste everyone's time. I think it's better to let me open the path first. Arbor ignored everyone's chatter and took another step forward. She said expressionlessly, I'll count to 3. If you don't let Jojo pass, then we'll fight to the death. No one can think about passing. The 4 masters behind her looked at each other, not understanding who this Madame Mo was talking to. 1. Mo Lien hugged her son, the corners of her mouth twitching. Baby Mo shook the light congealing mirror in his hand, blinked, and suddenly shouted, 2, 3. Mo Lien looked at the sky, speechlessly. Arbor turned her hand and condensed a wave of water spirit power. A water spout suddenly rushed into the sky, instantly scaring the group behind her. A faint shadow suddenly appeared on the stone path of pine and cypress. A short old man stomped his feet on the stairs, exasperatedly shouting, You can't go in. You can't not enter. You just can't enter. What a joke. If this little ancestor were to enter his sacred palace, would his sacred palace, which had been perfectly preserved for thousands of years, still exist? What was this guy's usual tactic? It was to refine the mystic realm. His sacred palace was still thinking of continuing to operate for a long time. Okay? Grandpa Heavenly Tao, you're still so petty. Baby M.O. pursed his lips and said, if you won't let Mother enter, then let Little Furball enter first. Scram, scram, scram. Tian Dao roared furiously in Baby Mo's direction. How could he allow this little ancestor to enter? She was a little thing that was 10,000 times more evil than his parents. The Heavenly Tao then raised his hand and threw a thunderclap over. The expressionless M.O. Lien silently raised a frying pan. Boom! Everyone saw the purple-red lightning bolt explode on top of the frying pan, producing a sizzling sound. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The little old man, formed by the Heavenly Tao, jumped up and down the stairs. This scene petrified all the onlookers. Duan Yu couldn't resist silently turning his face away. Venerable Peach Blossom quickly used his sleeve to cover his face, pretending not to recognize the M.O. family's father and son. Everyone finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Heavenly Tao disdained that family of 3 in the bamboo garden. Chapter 56:26. There was actually such a thing? The Heavenly Tao actually appeared and blocked the way, not allowing the bamboo garden family of 3 to enter. This was really unheard of. The Western Master, who was blooming with joy, chuckled as he stroked his beard. How is it, little madam? Are you convinced now? Hurry up and come down. Don't waste everyone's time. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Lord Jojo turned around and retorted, you can't. Your whole family can't. The Western Master was speechless. Why did he feel that this sentence was extremely ear-piercing? The Western Master couldn't be bothered to continue talking to Arbor. He directly faced the Heavenly Tao and bowed respectfully. Lord Heavenly Tao, time is limited. Since we have been teleported here, it means that the exploration has already begun. Now that this madam is blocking the way and not letting others pass, she is wasting everyone's time. I hope Lord Heavenly Tao can deal with it as soon as possible. The Heavenly Tao directly gave the Western Master a bolt of lightning. The Western Master was completely unlike M.O. Lien, who frequently withstood lightning tribulations and remained unperturbed in the face of danger. He had long gotten used to being struck by lightning, and now he carried his self-developed lightning-resistant frying pan everywhere he went. The Western Master was stunned by this bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that his body was bound by the power of the Heavenly Tao, and he couldn't escape at all. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the clap of thunder directly exploded on top of his head. The Southern Master cried out in shock. He glanced over and saw that the Western Master's head had been blasted black. A black Mediterranean circle appeared above his head, and not a single blade of grass grew on his bald head. His face had been struck black by the lightning, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He faced the crowd, his eyelids trembling, and his eyes rolling back and forth in fear. The Heavenly Tao roared, "Audacious human, how dare you order me to do something? I want to deal with it, but I don't want to deal with it. How can I allow you to talk nonsense?" The Southern Master hurriedly lowered his body in fear and trepidation, putting on a respectful posture. "Lord Heavenly Tao, please forgive me. Lord Heavenly Tao, please forgive me." Everyone hurriedly followed her and bowed together. Arbor glanced at Heavenly Tao expressionlessly. "Stop showing off and let me pass." Tian Dao was so angry that he was jumping up and down, waving his arms on the steps. You, little bastard. This old man has only tolerated you for the sake of your master and martial uncle. Don't think that this old man is afraid of you." Baby Emo suddenly started bawling. The light congealing mirror in his hand trembled as he hurriedly leaped up and rubbed it against Baby Mo's cheek, caressing it continuously. This cry frightened Heavenly Tao so much that his body suddenly trembled. His narrowed eyes suddenly turned round, and he roared shrilly, "What are you trying to do?" Sobbing, Baby Mo took out a Saint-grade golden talisman summoning talisman. "You scared this baby and mother. I'm going to summon Grandmaster and Martial Grand Uncle to settle the score with you." The Heavenly Tao was so frightened that he staggered. He hurriedly stretched out a hand and shouted, "No." Baby Imo turned to look at him with teary eyes. Tiandao hurriedly said, "Cold, calm down. Calm down. Put down the talisman in your hand. I'll let you pass." Everyone. Was there something wrong with their vision? The heavenly Tao would actually compromise with a 4 or 5-year-old child. Illusion? It must be an illusion. "You're scaring me," Baby Imo cried out while sobbing. Tiandao's eyebrows twitched, revealing a kind and amiable expression. Chapter 56:27. He shook his face and comforted him. "Little dumpling, Grandpa Tiandao knows that you are a good kid, right?" Baby Imo nodded. "Put down the sacred grade golden talisman in your hand." The smile on Tiandao's face became even more amiable. "Everything can be discussed." "Ah, everything can be discussed. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get out of the way." Arbor grumbled in annoyance. Tiandao's face was bitter as he glanced at Sir Jojo. "Jojo, how about we make a deal? You can go in. All of you can go in. But shouldn't we be more or less the same?" Sir Jojo's little face was tense as he looked at him expressionlessly. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Get straight to the point. Tiandao fantasized about rushing over and trampling on Sir Jojo right now to give him a good beating. "You little thing. I won't be calculated with you. I'll just let you defy the heavens all the way. I'll turn a blind eye to it until now. I still have to continue indulging your son. You still freaking want me to get straight to the point and talk about your granny's ancestors." Sir Jojo waved his little hand, and 100 sacred grade golden summoning talismans appeared in the air. Tiandao, Tiandao, at Tiandao. Yin hashtag, add a hashtag. As long as you don't refine the sacred palace, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Tiandao stretched out a hand and roared in heartache. Then, he waved his hand and immediately removed the barrier in front of Jojo. Jojo snorted. He waved his hand and put away a bunch of summoning talismans. He said angrily, "What a waste of my time. After nagging for so long, couldn't he just let him pass earlier?" Daddy, we can go now, Daddy." Baby Imo lay on his father's shoulder, his little fist tugging on a strand of his father's long hair as he commanded excitedly. Go, Daddy, go." Imo Yin walked up the stairs in annoyance. "You talk too much." Baby Imo puffed up his cheeks and fell silent with a pout. "What's wrong?" Imo Yin patted his small body. "I said that you talk too much and you're unhappy. Little Tawanzi doesn't talk much. Big brother is the talkative one." Imo Yin sighed softly and patted her son's head. "Your brother has chosen his own path. Shouldn't you give him your blessings?" Baby Imo pursed his lips. Imo Yin reached out to rub her son's little head and chuckled softly. "Everyone's path of growth is different. Since you've made a choice, you must continue walking it. Don't you think so, little dumpling?" Baby Imo nodded vigorously. The father and son stepped onto the platform and walked to the wide entrance of the divine palace. Mr. Jojo was standing in front of the gate of the majestic palace, as slender as a willow leaf swaying in the wind. She turned around and looked at the father and son expressionlessly. She roared, "Why are you so slow? Come here." Imo Yin carried his son and quickly ran to his wife. Before the others came up, he hurriedly bent down and stole a kiss on her little face. "Wife, you miss your husband. Mother misses little dumpling." Mr. Jojo patted her son's head and then patted her husband's head. The father and son were speechless. "Let's wait for someone to come and enter together." Imo Yin pulled his dear wife's little hand and carried his son with one hand as they walked a few steps forward. They saw a note hanging at the entrance of the palace. Palace door, 38,888 Gene. Gather the strength of the crowd and knock it open to enter. Otherwise, scram. Chapter 56:28. 38,888 caddies? The people who rushed to the door all revealed strange expressions at this time. They looked at each other, and finally, someone couldn't help but howl, "Lord Tiandao, aren't you too deceitful? Last year, the door was only 10,000 caddies. Why did it increase so much this year? You know very well how much it increased by." Tiandao thought angrily. If it weren't for you bastards who attracted those gods of plague here, he wouldn't have lost so much face just now. It's all your fault. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's work together to open the door. The Master of the North turned to look at the Master of the East. Brother Dongfang, let's go together? The Master of the East nodded and smiled. I will do my best. The Master of the South took a few steps forward with a smile and turned to look at the Master of the West, who was dawdling. Hey, old man, what are you dawdling for? Now is the time for you to show off. Don't tell me you want to fish in troubled waters and retreat. My cultivation has deteriorated. Aren't you all clear about it? With my little strength, forget about it. You guys go first. The Master of the South twisted her enchanting body and scolded, not like a man. Then she smiled and walked to the side of the Master of the East. She called out sweetly, Brother Dongfang, Brother Beifong, don't worry. I won't be a coward like that old man in the West. I will definitely advance and retreat with you. The Master of the East smiled awkwardly and thanked her. He took 2 steps toward the Master of the North and pulled a small distance away from the Master of the South. However, the Master of the South acted as if she didn't see it and snuggled up to the Master of the East. Brother Dongfang, then let's start now. The Master of the East hurriedly dodged to the side, leaving the Master of the South to lean on empty space. He coughed lightly and turned to the East region cultivators, saying, Everyone, let's gather all our strength and try once. This time, the door is much heavier than last year. Everyone must not be careless. We must do our best. Yes. The Master of the South turned around and smiled enchantingly. This time, the door is close to 40,000 caddies. It's not a joke. Everyone only has 3 chances. If you can't push this door open 3 times, then you have to get lost. The cultivators who knew the rules naturally nodded in agreement. Those who were here for the first time and didn't know the rules also had grim expressions on their faces after asking others. What a joke. They had already come this far, so naturally they couldn't back down. Master Dongfang smiled and waved his sleeves. Everyone, please. Master, please. The crowd gathered their power and gathered their saint energy. The 3 masters took the lead and stood at the front of the crowd as they gathered their 3 powerful saint energies together. At the same time, hundreds of saint energies gathered behind him. The turbulent energy was like a tidal wave as it merged with the power of the 3 masters. He let out a furious roar that sounded like a tsunami and a thunderous roar as he smashed his way toward the palace door. After a deafening sound, everyone felt the ground under their feet shake slightly. A cloud of sand and dust seemed to have slid down the door of the palace. Taking a closer look, the door of the palace did not budge at all. Not even the slightest crack could be seen. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at the same time. They suddenly opened their eyes wide and involuntarily clenched their fists. Oh no, the heavenly Tao, this huge pit, is waiting here to ruthlessly pit everyone. Chapter 56-29. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced behind him. He only felt that this bunch of idiots' intelligence was a bit touching. Mommy, we can't go in? Baby Mo exclaimed excitedly. Mo Lien irritably poked his forehead. You're still rejoicing in our misfortune. That's not it. Baby Mo childishly replied. I wanted to ask Mommy if we should summon Little Wonton and have it kick a hole in this door. No need. Arbor glanced at his son and casually drew in the air, producing a dazzling golden talisman. Grabbing the void talisman, Xiao Mu slapped it on herself. Then, she directly passed through that palace door and passed through it. Duan Yu, Supremacy Peach Blossom, and Feng Chongqing hastily shuffled a few steps forward and speechlessly looked at the expressionless Mo Lien. Your wife abandoned you and ran off. Supremacy Peach Blossom teased. The little dumpling hastily reached out to hug his dad's neck and exclaimed, Daddy, quickly chase Mommy back. Hidden in the air, Heavenly Tao watching the show. He really wanted to thrash that brat to death. Heavenly Tao was so angry, so angry, so angry. How could that damn talisman of hers pass through his heaven and earth door? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Sir Jojo passed through again and expressionlessly glanced at Master Dongfang and his party, whose mouths were agape. If one had to describe Master Dongfang and his party with one emotion right now, it would absolutely be freaking seeing a ghost. Who exactly was this Madame Mo? Why could she enter and exit the Sacred Palace's entrance so easily and so freely without any effort? The little dumpling understands. Baby Mo's eyes brightened, and he hastily took out 2 talismans from his pocket and slapped one on himself and his dad. "Daddy, let's go," with the baby in his arms. Mo Yin expressionlessly strode in with his long legs and directly passed through the hall's doors. In less than half a minute, he came back with the baby. His stoic-faced wifey turned back to glance at the father and son pair as she handed out God-rank, wall-crossing talismans to the team members. Wait. Western Master, you saw that she had distributed the talismans to more than 30 people in the team. Even Eastern Master, you had received a talisman. He couldn't help but exclaim, Why did you only give it to Eastern Master? Why didn't we? Arbor glared at him and shouted angrily, Who are you? Everyone was speechless. Who the hell are you? When your son beat up the Western Master just now, you didn't even know who he was. Master Dongfang held back his laughter and said, Western Master, don't be angry. Madame Mo, young Master Mo, and I are in the same team. Are you? Since you're not, how can you ask others to treat you the same? Look, this is foresight. He knew that following young Master Mo's group was definitely a good thing. Dongfang, you felt that it was worth it to use a small quota in exchange for the protection of a peer. The Southern Master rolled her eyes and giggled. It's fate that we meet. Madame Mo, do you want me to join your team too? Give me one of those talismans too. The Western Master glared angrily at the fence-sitter of the Southern Master. Do you have any fucking shame? What kind of lousy talisman is this? Look, you're completely bought over. Heavenly Tao was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. He stomped his feet in the air and roared, How dare you cheat? Forget it. I'll reduce the weight of this door. You could try again. Chapter 5630. What could he do? He couldn't possibly watch as a portion of them used the wall-passing talisman to slip away first, right? In that case, how unfair would it be to the remaining portion of people? Thinking of this, Tiandao couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for himself. He could only blame Arbor and the rest for coming to the Sacred Palace to join in the fun, making things so difficult for him. Lord Jojo passed through the palace door, and after 3 times in a row, Tiandao couldn't take it anymore and roared, What are you doing? Are you showing off that you can enter and exit the Sacred Palace freely? Bah! There's a huge pit behind. Arbor glanced at Tiandao expressionlessly. Are you trying to trick people? Digging a huge pit behind the palace door? Are you trying to make people jump in? What lousy palace. There was nothing inside, just a huge sinkhole with a vast expanse of white on both sides. Tiandao chuckled at Lord Jojo. If you're blind, don't say that I'm tricking you. Mo Yin glanced at Tiandao, and the latter's entire body quivered, and he roared at Mo Yin, What are you trying to do? Stinking brat. Could it be that you want to make a move on Tiandao? Wait, you want to take a look himself. Not even a second later, Tiandao flashed back with a puzzled expression and said to Arbor, Impossible. Entering the palace was indeed a huge sinkhole. What was going on? He didn't remember setting up such a huge pit. Take a closer look. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. Behind your sinkhole, there's a vast expanse of white fog. Don't trick people in. There might be nothing. Still looking for treasures. I reckon you don't even know what's going on inside. Arbor glanced at him mockingly. Isn't that right? Tiandao, just you wait. The old man angrily waved his sleeve. The tightly shut palace door immediately opened from the inside with a creaking sound, revealing a vast expanse of fog inside. Everyone took a closer look, and there was indeed a huge sinkhole at the door, wide and bottomless. The Western Master was overjoyed. In the past, everyone had to work together to open the palace door. Unexpectedly, it was so smooth this year. The Heavenly Tao opened it for them on its own. Let me go down and take a look. The Western Master chuckled and wanted to dodge into the door. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tao jumped down from the sky and kicked him out. You want to fish in troubled waters? No way. Wait until this old man has a clear look, then I will close the door for you. Heavenly Tao snorted and walked to the side of the sinkhole with his claws behind his back. He slowly moved and stared at the abyss below the sinkhole thoughtfully. Kid, what do you think is going on? I remember that this time last year, there wasn't a sinkhole. This is really strange. The old man lowered his head and looked at the sinkhole, studying it carefully. In the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the back. Caught off guard, the old man cried out in alarm and fell straight into the sinkhole. Lord Jojo raised his hand expressionlessly, and a defensive barrier appeared on the sinkhole. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, this fellow completely sealed the sinkhole with a series of strange operations. Water, fire, earth, and spiritual power. Everyone was stunned and stared at the girl in front of them as if they were petrified. Lord Jojo clapped his hands and threw out hundreds of binding talismans expressionlessly. He threw them directly above the sinkhole, forming a powerful vortex binding array. Chapter 56:31. At the same time, Mo, Yin, Duan Yu, and the Venerable Peach Blossom Divinities group, who had a tacit understanding of each other, also ran up and directly piled up several layers of partition above the sinkhole, truly sealing the heavenly law inside the sinkhole. Keep. Sir Jojo took out the heart of misfortune and scooped up the sinkhole under everyone's stupefied gazes. Then, he sealed it in the realm of misfortune. Only then did everyone realize that this wasn't some sinkhole. This was just something that looked like a sinkhole on the outside, but was actually a camouflage talisman array. Sir Jojo did all this in one go without any hesitation. After the matter was settled, she turned around and waved at Feng, Chongqing, and the others. Let's go. Master Dongfang was completely stunned by her actions. The other three masters' jaws almost dropped from shock. Master Dongfang suddenly realized that the person in front of him was the real ruthless person. She was a bastard who could trap the heavenly Tao without even blinking. What else in this world could suppress her? Arbor turned to look at Master Dongfang and said kindly, "Let's each find our own things and opportunities, understand?" Everyone nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This ancestor, you don't have to point it out, okay? Everyone understood the reason. There definitely wouldn't be anyone who wasn't afraid of death and came to find trouble with you. After all, this person in front of them was a ruthless person who even the heavenly Tao dared to capture alive. Everyone looked at Arbor with anticipation. Master Dongfang cowered in the back and didn't dare to show his head. Thinking of how he was beaten up by his son just now, he suddenly felt that the world was very beautiful. Oh God, he had just come back from the gates of hell and suddenly realized that his series of actions just now was actually him constantly courting death, right? Fortunately, these ruthless people didn't stoop to his level. Fortunately, Master Dongfang nudged Master Dongfang, who was standing in front of him. Tell us. Master Dongfang shuddered. She also saw clearly just now that this young madam joined forces with a group of people to trap the heavenly Tao without any explanation now. The heavenly Tao was sealed in a dark and swarthy ball by her. What kind of ball was this? It didn't look like an ordinary object. What could something that could store the heavenly Tao and not come out for the time being be? She, the master of the South, could not go against such a character, and she did not want to. The Western master pushed her from behind, and she kicked him fiercely. She smiled awkwardly at Jojo, who was looking at her from the side. Arbor turned around and led his team away. Everywhere she passed, the flourishing green grass and green land was like a painting that was being pushed open, gently unfolding in front of her eyes. It was only then that the Western master and his men realized in horror. Just now, Madame Imo had used other illusions to turn the surroundings into a white fog. There was a fake heavenly pit talisman array in the middle. It was waiting here to trick the heavenly Tao. Fuck, this guy is really a ferocious guy. No one dared to speak any more nonsense. They hurriedly dispersed, pulling their own teams and jogging away. Arbor tossed the heart of misfortune in his hand and muttered to himself, "How long do you think we can hold him for? For hours?" Duan Yu muttered, What if I summon my master and Aunt Master out now? Everyone, Jojo, the heavenly Tao, will probably cry if you trick it like this. Chapter 5632. Baby Mo grinned and clapped his little hands. Good, good. Find Marshal, Granduncle, and Grandmaster. Xiao Tuanzi want to bring them out to play. Venerable Peach Blossom blinked and said, I think we should let Tian Dao off. Feng Zhangqing nodded. I think so too. In their opinion, Grandpa Tian Dao was really miserable. He offended this pair of mother and son just like that, and even had his face covered in blood. Anyway, our goal is to not let Tian Dao cause trouble. Now that we've reached our goal, let's set off first. Everyone nodded in unison. Master Dongfang recovered from his stupefied state and silently followed behind the group. This master was someone who even dared to cheat Tian Dao. Was there anything she didn't dare to do? At this time, Grandpa Tian Dao was so angry that he was stomping his feet and cursing in the sinkhole. He didn't expect that after tricking people all day long, he would be tricked by this little fellow to the point of vomiting blood. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? At this moment, the old man realized that there were several layers of binding talisman arrays around him. If he wanted to get out, he had to break these talisman arrays first. You little bastard, Grandpa Tian Dao cursed angrily. When I get out, let's see how I'll deal with you, little bastard. While this little bastard's martial parents and martial uncle couldn't rush over, he would catch her and beat her to death first. The old man is scolding me right now. Arbor pursed his lips and snorted. Jojo, did you hear that? No. Master Jojo fiddled with the vine in his hand. I'm not going to listen to his nonsense. Arbor ran 2 steps forward and pointed ahead. 9 Palace Illusion Talisman Array. Tian Dao was set up here. This was another trap. Unfortunately, Lady Xiqiao was able to recognize what sort of spirit formation it was with a single glance. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Master Dongfang took a few steps forward and looked around. Madame Mo, is there a way to break this talisman array? It won't be fun if it's broken. Arbor said seriously. The so-called dangerous place must have opportunities. There must be a lot of good stuff in this 9 Palaces illusion glyph formation. Baby Mo moved closer to his father's ear and muttered with a chuckle, Mother can't break the array. Mo Yin held back her laughter and nodded gently. After all, the heavenly Tao was not to be trifled with. The reason why he was subdued by the little fellow earlier was because he was not wary of her at all. Moreover, who would have known that the moment Jojo used the wall-passing talisman to enter the palace, he immediately created a sinkhole at the entrance. No one could keep up with Jojo's weird train of thought. Arbor walked to the front of the illusion rune array, drew and reveal rune in midair, and swept it out. The tranquil air before his eyes trembled for a while, and hundreds of talismans with a leisurely purple light suddenly appeared in midair. They flashed for an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. Let's go. Sir Jojo waved his small hand and instructed everyone to quickly enter the array. The scenery before their eyes suddenly changed from spring and summer to midwinter. In front of them was a natural moat with high mountains and dangerous obstacles. The north wind whistled. Arbor was expressionless. He had already taken out a large fur coat from his inner world and wrapped himself in it. Looking back at everyone's thin spring clothes, he revealed an expression as if he was looking at an idiot and silently turned his head back. Daddy, little dumpling isn't cold. Baby Mo, who was wrapped in a fur coat by Mo Yin, was like a small round ball, protesting in his arms. Chapter 5633. Your mother thinks you're cold, Mo Yin said expressionlessly. The little dumpling glanced at his stoic mother and saw that she was looking at them. Mo Bao immediately adjusted his facial expression and shot a pair of bright eyes toward his mother, giving her an extremely adorable smile. The little stoic instantly felt that her son was incomparably adorable. She pattered over and expressionlessly reached out to take the child from her husband's arms. Wife, the snow here is slippery. It's not easy to walk with this guy in your arms. Mo Yin pulled his wife to his side in passing and said with a grin, It's better for your husband to carry him. Sir Jojo winked at the father and son pair. Did you notice that there's a gravitational force binding this place? Right. I noticed it long ago. As soon as I was transported here, I felt my body become heavy and I couldn't even lift my feet. Wu Jidao indignantly lashed out at his leg, but he couldn't move at all. On the side, little Tai Sui swept him a disdainful glance like he was looking an idiot. He raised his hand and chopped off the withered vines coiled around his leg with a crack. That's because you idiots stepped on a demonic plant and got bound by it. Wu Jidao wordlessly lifted his leg. Sure enough, he could move freely now. The gravitational force is really strong. Can we still fly like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Sir Jojo hanging in midair expressionlessly. Everyone, Wu Jidao, don't speak. You'll be slapped in the face as soon as you speak. Don't you feel any pain? Mother. Baby Imo hastily floated up and flew in front of his mother, swinging his small arms and legs. Mother, look, I also ate a flight pill. He really was a smart child. She didn't need to worry about him at all. Sir Jojo rubbed his son's small head and looked down at Wu Jidao's group. The formation core is probably up there. Fly up and take a look. This kind of saint-level flight pill can allow you to fly for 24 hours normally. But in this kind of high-gravity area, I'm afraid it can't last more than 2 hours. Look at how many flight pills you have left. There must be a camouflage here. From the looks of it, that mountain doesn't seem too far away. I estimate that it will take us 1 to 4 hours to fly there. Everyone checked the flight pills around them one by one, which range from 1 to dozens. Duan Yu silently glanced at everyone. 1 bottle, Divine Peach Blossom, and the others all glared at him. How much is 1 bottle? Don't tell me there are 100 pills in 1 bottle. Why do you have so many? You're eating them like candy, aren't you? Duan Yu looked at everyone innocently. Jojo's lotus gave it to me. Emolian. Jojo immediately turned to look at her husband. Emolian said expressionlessly. He snatched it in broad daylight. Venerable Peach Blossom turned around and stood in front of the two of them. She bit on her handkerchief and said angrily, I want it too. You two favor one and discriminate against the other, you bastards. Jojo silently looked at Emolian and took a step back. Baby Imo followed behind his mother's head and also flew back several steps. Emolian couldn't resist face-palming and threw a bottle at him. Scram. Scram further away. Didn't he see his wife's gaze master? Dongfang meekly raised his hand and stammered, Madam Imo, I don't have a single pill. Sir Jojo was expressionless. He swept a glance at the noisy children and harumphed. Give everyone 3 pills. Save them. Chapter 5634. She didn't have much either. This flying pill was made from the rainbow mushroom. It was very difficult for the rainbow mushroom to grow. In her star domain, it grew very slowly due to the flow of time. Everyone rushed forward and shouted, Those who have a bottle in their hands, don't give it out. That's right. It's a waste to give it out. Shut up, Sir Jojo shouted. After giving out the flying pills, he pointed at Dao Wuji. You, lead the way. Mata laughed and flew forward. I know. We need someone to lead the way. Sometimes in a row, sometimes in a column. Lu Yu also laughed. No one can lead the way better than instructor Zhou Danjin. The expressionless Sir Jojo tried his best to keep a straight face. He turned around and laughed. Thinking of how he tricked instructor Zhou back then, he felt that her group of friends were simply too much. Dao Wuji didn't understand the reason and flew forward with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Then I'll start flying. You all follow. Don't leave me alone. If some giant beast jumps out, do you think I should fight or not? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Little Tai Sui urged and rolled his eyes at him. The peony fairy couldn't help but giggle. Brother Dao, you have to be careful. Don't wake up any monsters on this mountain. When the time comes, you'll have to be the vanguard. As soon as she said this, everyone faintly heard a deafening roar coming from the top of the mountain. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. Don't jinx it. Everyone glared at the peony fairy and said in annoyance. The peony fairy didn't expect her lousy mouth to be so effective. She was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Let's go and take a look. So what if there were sacred beasts hibernating on the mountain? They had so many people. At most, they couldn't beat them. If they couldn't beat them, they could just run. Everyone leaped up at the same time and followed Dao Wuji, who was leading the way, to the top of the mountain. Sure enough, Jojo was right. Looking at the extremely short mountain peak, after flying for more than 2 hours, they still didn't get any closer. We're almost there. Mo Yin held his wife's little hand and let the little one, baby Mo, float behind them. Feng Zhangqing and the others wanted to carry baby Mo several times, but the little guy waved his hand and refused. Fei Fei is healthier and more fun. Quick, look. Isn't there a reinforced barrier on the mountain peak? Dao Wuji pointed ahead and asked. In the blink of an eye, a stream of light flew past him from behind. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The 2 Saint Power Pearls hit the front of the barrier with great precision, immediately tearing a gap in the oval-shaped barrier. Let's go. The little stoic pulled her husband and burrowed into that crack with a whoosh like 2 rays of light. Baby Mo also scurried over. Duan Yu, little Tai Sui, and the others also quickly followed. Everlasting Blade came back to his senses and couldn't help but curse. He quickly put away his dazed expression and called out, "Hey, wait for me." This bunch of bastards didn't even tell him that they were speeding up. When Master Dongfang flew into that barrier with a whoosh, he turned around and saw that the open crack was barely closing. At this time, everyone was enveloped in an oval barrier. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of large eyes emitting orange light. Dao Wuji shouted, "Prepare for battle," and raised his hands defensively in front of his chest. Chapter 5635. The giant beast in front of them was several feet tall, and its eyes were like a pair of deep holes. It stared at everyone, its gaze sweeping over them aggressively. The peony fairy, who was standing in the front row, silently took 2 steps back. However, a hand suddenly pressed against her back. "There's no place for you to retreat, sister." The peony fairy turned around and glared at Dao Wuji. That guy turned around and slammed the barrier behind him, shouting, Pull back your sister." Ginkgo fairy angrily slapped the back of his head twice. "All right, stop fooling around. Let's go together." Feng Zhangqing took out a sword from his conscience and flew up with his younger brother Feng Zhangfei. In front of the giant beast, the 2 of them were as small as shooting stars, gliding over with a whoosh. "Don't you think that this beast looks like a bear?" While speaking, the bear beast had already stretched out its thick palm and slapped towards the Feng brothers. The 2 brothers quickly slipped in front of the bear beast and nimbly flipped behind it. The 2 long swords stabbed at its back. Roar! The bear beast's body trembled and let out a roar. Its red eyes were unusually irritable as it shook its head. Baby Mo opened his small mouth and exclaimed, "What a big bear! Guang, look, this is the biggest bear I've ever seen in my life." When everyone heard his words, they really couldn't help but want to ridicule him. "Baby, you've only grown up for 5 years. There's still a long way to go in this life. Who knows what kind of super giant beast you'll encounter in a few years. Guang, quick, release little wonton. I think this big bear should be to his liking." While speaking, a giant beast with 6 legs and 4 wings, as red as fire, flew out of the light congealing mirror with a whoosh. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it immediately rushed towards the bear beast opposite it and pounced over with a roar. Bang! Bang! With a few loud tremors, the bear beast was knocked back by Hundan's attack. Its big orange eyes were shining with fear and panic at this time. Hundan, on the other hand, was very happy. It had finally been released, and now there was a delicacy in front of it. The beast felt that its life was very complete. The bear beast was obviously no match for Hundan. After being teased by Hundan's claws, there were a few more bloody wounds on its body. Lord Guangguang's loud voice rang in Hundan's ears. "Eat if you want, don't make it so ugly and disgusting. Xiao Taoanzi is still here. Don't scare him." Hundan let out a roar and took a deep breath. The bear beast retreated in horror, but it couldn't resist the air current that was rushing towards it. He was forced to get closer and closer to chaos. Its eyes were wide open, trying its best to prevent itself from approaching the source of danger. However, The air current sucked up by chaos was abnormally turbulent, like a whale sucking in water, making it unable to resist. The bear beast was getting closer and closer to chaos. Everyone could not help but look up with narrowed eyes. A gust of wind blew, and everyone raised their hands to block in front of their eyes. Following that, an extremely strong gust of wind whirled past, and the bear beast was sucked into Hundan's suddenly open mouth. Feng Zhangqing and the others couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch slightly. This was the scene of Hundan swallowing the sacred beast at such a close distance. It was really a little shocking to watch. Oh, after Hundan swallowed the bear beast, it fell down due to exhaustion. It rolled on the ground twice. Chapter 5636. This fellow's belly was bulging, and he looked like he had indigestion. He kicked his legs back and forth on the ground, looking pitifully in Arbor's direction. Arbor couldn't resist rolling his eyes. That's what you get for being greedy. She stuffed him with a bottle of medicinal liquid and then expressionlessly had the condensing mirror recall Hundan. This fellow would probably stop eating for a while after swallowing a sacred beast. He wouldn't be able to digest it for at least 5 days. Baby Mo glanced at Hundan pitifully and sighed sadly. So miserable. He actually ate until he's full. Everyone was speechless and really wanted to roar at this brat. Wasn't it you who caused this? If you didn't let Hundan out, would things have ended up like this? But forget it, this brat didn't screw them over this time. Instead, he screwed over that sacred beast, which could be considered as helping them. After this sacred beast was dealt with, the barrier automatically disappeared. A patch of yellowish-brown vines appeared in front of them, and there were a few small dark blue flowers blooming in the center. They looked quite pretty. The little stoic wordlessly took out a storage talisman. With a wave of her sleeve, she stored large patches of vines into the storage talisman. Everyone ran up excitedly and surrounded Jojo, asking, "Jojo, what's this good stuff?" "Man-eating vines, right?" Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity asked with bright eyes. "Should we also take some?" Sir Jojo nodded expressionlessly. Everyone frantically harvested the vines on this mountain and threw those small blue flowers to the side. After Sir Jojo finished collecting large patches of yellowish-brown vines, he went up and took the small blue flowers that everyone threw out. Several large bouquets of small blue flowers bloomed in Sir Jojo's hands, complementing his snow-white face and making his skin of ice and bones of jade look extremely beautiful. Everyone immediately surrounded him again and asked one after another, "Jojo, what flower is this? Is it useful?" "It's useless, right?" Arbor swept him a glance. Seeing that Master Dongfang also ran to collect those blue flowers, she said, "I think it looks quite pretty, so I plan to use it for flower arrangement." Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. "Then what about the yellow vines? What's it for?" "It's useless." Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. "I'm used to it." Puffed. Divine Peach Blossom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone simultaneously looked at him before crowding around Mo Lien and talking at once. "Chow Chow's Lien, what does Chow Chow mean by this?" Little Tai Sui rolled its eyes with a cold expression. "Idiot. What she meant was that she liked to collect all these random things. It's her habit." Duan Yu turned his head with a smile and happened to catch sight of Master Dongfang awkwardly clutching a handful of blue flowers. Dongfang Yuzhu glanced at the bouquet in his hand. It looked a little he didn't know if he should throw it away or not. In the end, it turned out that he had picked up a bunch of useless things. Everyone was stunned. Mo Lien coughed softly, trying not to laugh, and said in a low voice, "My wife has been collecting all kinds of supplies since she was 7 years old. He likes to pick up everything." Everyone glared at him. She turned around and saw Baby Mo's small body squatting there, trying to dig something on the ground. Venerable Peach Blossom couldn't resist face-palming. "Child, what are you doing? Could it be that this child was digging soil? You're much stingier than your mom. Your stoic mother is only picking up some useless vines and flowers. But you freaking dig soil. Is this how your family of 3 behaves?" Mo Lien was rendered speechless by everyone's glares. Chapter 5637. He didn't know why, But every time it was his wife and son's fault, everyone liked to glare at him. When they were too agitated, they would even chase after him to beat him up. Sometimes, Yin would feel that he was especially wronged. Just like right now, his son wanted to dig dirt. What did it have to do with him? Why were these people all staring at him with those weird little eyes? It was very baffling. Baby Emo dug up a few big bags of dirt, tidying them up and hiding them in his storage talisman. He turned his head to take a look, seeing that the group of uncles were all standing behind him. Looking at him somewhat speechlessly, he put his storage talisman into his storage talisman. He looked at everyone with vigilant eyes and waved his little hand. If you guys want it, you have to dig it up yourselves. I don't have it. The corner of Ji Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. He turned to look at Jojo. Jojo, I think that little dumpling has already. Seeing Lord Jojo's chilly gaze, Ji Chen coughed lightly and continued. He has completely learned lotus stinginess. You're very right. Lord Jojo nodded vigorously and sighed with emotion. This temperament is really too much like his father's. Sigh. Yin. Baby Emo blinked his eyes and bounced to his mother's side. Mother, do you think this 9-palace illusion talisman array will also trap other people in? Jojo nodded. Definitely. Then why haven't we met anyone else until now? Maybe the talisman array is too big. Arbor said unconcernedly. Wrong. Baby Emo shook his finger calmly and mysteriously leaned close to his mother. I think it should be this 9-palace illusion talisman array that has separated all of us. But maybe if you look from above, you can see that all of the people who came in are now going around in circles in this big array. But all of them are onlookers who can't see clearly. They definitely won't be able to see anyone else. For example, if I threw a punch, Baby Emo threw a punch forcefully and calmly withdrew his little fist. You guys might think that I only hit air, but in reality, I might have already hit someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in front of him moved slightly, and a wailing figure fell to the ground with a plop. Everyone hurriedly moved 2 steps away and gathered together, staring at the guy who had suddenly appeared with vigilance. That fellow was punched in the left eye by Baby Emo. At this time, he was lying on the ground with a big panda eye, wailing and groaning. Aren't you that guy from the western regions? Dongfang Yuju's mouth twitched. He clearly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. Dao Wuji revealed a comical smile. I suddenly feel that what this 5-year-old child said makes a lot of sense. Everyone was speechless. Why do I feel like my IQ is being crushed? Even a little kid could see the problem so clearly. Blame them for being stupid and not being able to understand the profoundness of this illusion glyph array. Dunzone went up and kicked. Sure enough, a figure was kicked out. Everyone did the same thing, punching and kicking the air. Many people cried out in surprise as they came out from beside them. Their faces were filled with confusion. What's going on? Didn't they part ways just now? Why did they return to Madame Mo's group in such a short time? Don't panic, Sir Jojo asked himself and gave them a very friendly smile. However, this group of people didn't appreciate it. Their bodies trembled even more violently than before. Chapter 5638. Master, this is good, this body is good. Dunjun ran forward excitedly and reached out to touch a young man's body. The man's face turned green, and he glared at the perverted man who touched him. What are you doing? Master, what do you think of the body I picked? Dunjun grabbed the young man and turned to Arbor with a flattering smile. He had the wretched face of Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture master, Gung Pengcheng, and when he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. The unlucky man who was grabbed by him had fear in his eyes. His body trembled involuntarily, and he screamed, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Let go of me." Master, Dunju blinked before turning to say to Qiao Mu, "Master, I think this body is pretty good. It meets my standards." Arbor glanced at him and said slowly, "I remember you weren't so picky in the past. When you were in Shuntian Prefecture, you didn't even care about Jing Minyao's body. Why did your requirements suddenly become higher here? You're so picky. If you're not satisfied with this, then don't want it. When I gave you that woman's body the day before yesterday, You were still wailing and howling and refusing. Dungeon's face froze. He grabbed the young man in his hand and poked his head with his finger. No, no, master, you can't cheat me. This body is good. Change it for me. Arbor glanced at him. Dream on. Master, I said I would give you a better body, but the premise is that it's not possession. This person's life is not over yet. Don't mess around. Arbor raised his chin and scolded impatiently. Leave. Tunji pursed his lips and moved back in small steps, muttering something under his breath. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and got up. He cupped his hands and thanked Arbor. Thank you, Madame Mo. Thank you, Madame. This Madame Mo looked like she even dared to cheat the heavenly Tao, but in fact she should be a reasonable person. If fate brought us together, we'll meet even if we're thousands of miles apart. Since we're so fated, why don't we go together? Madame Mo nodded at them. The group of people from the sanctuary who had been beaten out of the formation pitifully shrank towards the center, almost sticking to each other. No matter how they looked at Madame Mo now, they felt that she was a little scary. Not only did the people from the sanctuary find Jojo strange, even Hu Jinshin and the others couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jojo. He felt that Jojo was very strange. Jojo never liked to meddle in other people's business. Why would he take the initiative to invite someone to go with him today? This is really strange. A middle-aged man with a big belly couldn't help but ask boldly, "And Madame Mo, do you have any instructions? If it's something we can do, we'll do our best." As soon as this person finished speaking, the others responded, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Their expressions were exceptionally serious. It was as if they didn't respond, they would be beaten up by Master Jojo in the next second. Their attitudes were especially sincere. There's indeed something I need everyone's help with. Arbor turned and pointed straight ahead. Do you see the barrier? I hope that everyone can work together to overcome this difficulty. That's no problem. Yes, 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 yes. That's what we should do. Chapter 5639. May I ask, Madame Mo, how do you want us to work together? After the 9-palace illusionary array is activated, 9 array cores will appear and create 9 different barriers. Sir Jojo looked amiable. And every time we destroy a formation core, a barrier will appear. Xiao Mu pointed ahead. Thus, we will need everyone to work together to destroy it. Go! Everyone, work together. Only by breaking this barrier can we enter the next array core. Realization dawned on everyone's faces, and they quickly nodded. Okay, let's go together. The group of Saint Domain men rushed to the front and smashed the barrier with their fists. After a while, the big-bellied man turned to look, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He saw that Madame Mo and her friends were all standing at the side and didn't come forward to help. Instead, they stood a distance away and watched them smashing the barrier enthusiastically. Panting, this fellow asked, "And Madame Mo, why aren't you guys working together?" Sir Jojo shook his head expressionlessly. I need to reevaluate. There's so many of you, and you spent nearly 10 minutes, but you couldn't even break through a crack in the barrier. I suspect that you guys can't do it at all. And Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and the others, the group of men who were trying to break through the barrier all flushed with embarrassment. If you can't break through this barrier in 5 minutes, the array core will be destroyed. The array core will probably be repaired. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned and quickly asked. It's the sacred beast that we killed just now. It might come back to life. Master Dongfang. Fuck, how could they play like this? The big-bellied middle-aged man and his group didn't waste any more words with Arbor. They quickly turned around and smashed the barrier with all their might. It's open, it's open, it's open. Someone shouted excitedly. Madame Mo's screams were heard. Everyone, get out of the way. Get down. Boom. She flicked a sacred energy bead at the barrier, and it directly blasted the hole in the barrier half the height of a person. Holding his wifey's hand, Mo Yin took the lead and flashed past, ducking out of the hole with a bend. Baby Mo hugged Duan Yu's thigh and called out childishly, "Godfather, Godfather!" Duan Yu picked him up and also dashed out of the hole with the little fellow. When Divine Peach Blossom's group filed out, they felt a gust of wind and sand assault their faces, and they reflexively covered their faces with their sleeves. The big-bellied middle-aged man and his group fell to the ground in time when the Saint Power Orb exploded. At this moment, all of them raised their heads. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they couldn't help but pat their clothes. Xiao Mu stated coldly, "If you still don't come out, this barrier will close up again." Everyone took a closer look. Sure enough, the hole that was originally half a person's height had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. The group scrambled out and ate a mouthful of sand as they were caught off guard. When they looked up, they saw a large wave of rolling sand in the sky. The yellow sand was so pervasive that they couldn't see the path ahead. The people from the holy region were about to cry. What was this situation again? Some people who had come to the holy palace before couldn't help but mutter inwardly. It wasn't like they hadn't come to this holy land of adventure before. Why did it feel like it was much more difficult than all the previous experiences? Cough, 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 cough. The big-bellied man coughed repeatedly while sprawled on the ground. Madam M.O. Chapter 5640. Why? Cough, cough, cough. The holy power pearl, the big-bellied man, was exhausted after a round of fierce attacks on the barrier. His voice was weak. The holy power pearl. You had the holy power pearl, but you didn't use it before and only used it after they tore the barrier apart. Aren't you cheating us? Xiao Mu swept them an indifferent glance before giving a rare explanation. If you don't tear a hole in the barrier, you absolutely won't be able to use the sacred energy bead to enlarge its damage area. After all, there had to be an opening to completely tear it apart. It wasn't that Sir Jojo wanted to cheat them. The group of people from the sanctuary lay on the ground and couldn't help but roll their eyes. They said they would work together, but in fact, they were the ones who worked hard. The so-called hand-in-hand meant that you lost the Saint Power Orb after the incident and picked it up effortlessly. Arbor asked gently, "Do you have any objections?" The group shook their heads and said in unison, "No objections, no objections." It was not as if they had lost their minds. Why would they dare to have any opinions about her? Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it. "It's great that you have no objections." Arbor nodded and said to them, "There are still 8 more barriers, and we need to work hard together." She stretched out her little fist and encouraged the group of people from the sanctuary. Feng Zhongfei couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, hurriedly turning his face away. Arbor was expressionless and stretched out her little fist again. "Work hard. Yes, work hard." The people from the sanctuary twitched their mouths and forced a bitter smile. The big-bellied man stood up and wiped his forehead with sweat. He stammered, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that the Sacred Palace trial this time is a little difficult. It's more than a little difficult." Another person couldn't help but complain. If the previous trial was a level 3 difficulty, this time it's definitely a level 10 difficulty. If Dark Phoenix and Against the Sky were here, they would definitely pat their little disciple's head and tell her with a smile, "Disciple, you're lucky that the Heavenly Axiom gave you a Hell Mode trial. Others used to be in the easy mode, but you directly skipped the normal and elite modes and went straight to the Hell Mode." Sir Jojo tilted his head and looked at the people from the sanctuary. "Is what you said true? What was the situation like in the past? Tell me about it, if you know." "Madam M.O., a young lady said, "You really don't know. In the past, training in the Sacred Palace was definitely not that difficult. We don't need to go through the 9 palaces illusion formation at all. After everyone came in, the most they would do was fight and snatch things. I've never experienced such a simulated training environment where we have to travel across mountains and rivers and wind and sand billow. It was too difficult for them. Or could it be that the previous experience mode was actually too simplistic?" Sir Jojo's mouth twitched unhappily, and he said to everyone expressionlessly, "Wait for me." She took out a golden summoning talisman and flicked it with her finger, calling out, "Master, Uncle Master, anyone come quickly." In the blink of an eye, a condensed shadow appeared above the sand-filled sky. It gradually formed into a human figure. With a swoosh, a beautiful woman in red clothes suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Sir Jojo threw himself into the arms of the woman in red. "Uncle Master, help me." Chapter 5641. Qin Nitian blinked and looked around before patting his little martial nephew's head. "Where's heavenly law? Where's that Heavenly Law fellow? Heavenly Law, that shameless old thing, was bullying his martial nephew again. That fellow was simply tired of living. You brat, come here. Nitian hooked his finger at Duanyu, who was standing at the side. The latter's mouth twitched, and he took small steps forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings to Uncle Master Qin. MHM, good boy. Qin Nitian nodded his head solemnly. He stretched out his two arms and suddenly snatched baby Mo away. The two of them looked at each other, grinning so widely that one could see their teeth. Uncle Master, my good grandson, you've grown quite a bit after not seeing you for so long. Hurry and let Uncle Master take a look. Hee. Where's that old fart Heavenly Law? Is he making things difficult for you too? Don't panic. Uncle Master will beat him up for you. That shameless old fellow, he's already so old, but he's still bullying a child. Simply shameless. Everyone almost didn't look at her. This woman in red looked to be in her early 20s, but no one knew her actual age. But since Madame Mo called her Uncle Master, then she was definitely a 1,000-year-old demon. This Madame Mo herself didn't look old, but who knew? With such a high cultivation base, he might even be 100 years old. Nowadays, old seniors all like to pretend to be young, so who knew their true age? Qin Nitian, the 1,000-year-old monster, surveyed the surroundings. Who are these people? Why do they all look so repulsive? He glanced at the group of young people behind his martial nephew. MHM, these were more pleasing to the eye. Uncle Master, these are our friends from the Holy Region. The little stoic introduced them and then tugged at Qin Nitian's sleeve. Uncle Master, you have to help me. Heavenly Law, that old thing, is up to mischief again. In the past, this Holy Palace trial was only level 3 difficulty. Now that I'm here, Heavenly Law purposely activated level 10 difficulty trial mode to block me. Then isn't it activating hell mode? Against the Sky understood immediately. He blinked his eyes and hugged the baby with one hand, his face full of anger. Speak, child. Where's that old ghost now? She had just used her spiritual power to scan the area, but there was no heavenly down nearby. She must have tricked her martial nephew and then dug a hole to hide herself. Martial uncle, I trapped that old guy in the binding talisman formation and threw him into the realm of misfortune. Qin Nitian's mouth twitched. In that case, this old fellow had already been tricked by his martial nephew, but I can only trap him for 4 hours. Previously, in order to destroy the first barrier of the 9 Palaces illusion glyph array, I already spent a lot of time. I'm worried that after this old ghost comes out, he will definitely continue to cause trouble. It's increasing the difficulty of my training. Qin Nitian nodded. All right, then send senior uncle in. Martial uncle went to look for him to have a chat him up. I will definitely convince him on your behalf and let him happily for mercy to reduce the difficulty of the experiential learning. Okay. Arbor nodded cheerfully, revealing a rare grin. Then senior uncle, I will send you over now. Everyone present stood there in absolute silence. They looked at each other and silently shut their mouths. Chapter 5642. Their instincts told them that it was best not to speak at this time. They felt that this Madame Mo must have done something strange to the Heavenly Law. If they dared to nag, they would definitely be scolded. Madame Mo, young Master Mo, what should we do now? Continue forward. Dao Wuji waved his hand. Didn't you hear Jojo? There are still 8 barriers ahead. We must do our best and work together. The people of the Holy Domain had the urge to cry. They really wanted to ask if they could split up. However, the little stoic waved her hand, and Feng Zhongfei and his buddies patted around again. Sure enough, several figures popped out from the distorted space. Everyone work hard. Dao Wuji grinned at everyone. Don't panic. As long as we break the 8 barriers, we can leave the array. The people of the Holy Domain already had no energy to complain. So be it. Fight to the best of your ability. After Arbor sent Uncle Master to the realm of misfortune, he didn't say a word to the people of the Holy Domain. Let's go. Little Tai Sui expressionlessly turned around and walked forward. The people of the Holy Domain hurriedly took out long towels from their inner worlds and wrapped their heads up. They looked up and saw that young Master Mo's bony hand holding a small bamboo umbrella. His other hand held Madame Mo's hand and walked very leisurely at the front of the group. The rolling sand couldn't do anything to the two of them. The flying sand and pebbles were all blocked by the umbrella. The people of the Holy Domain couldn't help but cry. In order to not waste sacred power to open a defensive barrier to block the wind and sand, they could only wrap themselves up with long towels, leaving only their eyes exposed. Now that they saw young Master Mo and his wife strolling in a peach garden, they instantly felt extremely sullen. There was no harm without comparison. Compared to them, they were really full of wounds. They couldn't afford to be hurt. Everyone sighed and lowered their heads, as if they were at a funeral. They followed at the back of the group and dragged their heavy steps forward. Arbor glanced back and shouted in a clear voice, "Follow the group." Ao Yi and his group immediately added, "Not afraid of danger." If Arbor said, "Speed up," Ao Yi and his group would definitely reply loudly, "Never give up." Everyone from the sanctuary couldn't help but twitch their eyebrows. Where did this amusing team come from? Why was their conversation so hilarious? Third young Master Fu could not help but sigh softly. Young Master Rome has trained her well. Back then, on that snowy island, the members of the Heavenly Fate Organization had trained day and night to kill the members of the Heavenly Fate Organization. Do you see that? There seems to be a lot of dining tables in front. Yes. Someone shouted excitedly. Oh my God, I saw the roast duck. Sausages and roast chicken. Oh, am I dreaming? This time, Arbor did not need to tell them to speed up. The people of Sanctuary rolled and crawled forward, running crookedly in the wind and sand, with happy smiles on their faces. Arbor looked ahead blankly. Sand and dust billowed, but there was nothing left. Hey, you guys. Arbor produced a vine whip from his sleeve, binding 4 or 5 saints. The others were stopped by Feng, Chongqing, and the others. Only one person crazily pushed away the little Taisui's hand, laughed loudly, and rushed forward like a madman. Chicken, duck, fish. Oh, what a sumptuous dinner. That person rushed over with a happy face. Then there was a scream. Chapter 56:43. In the blink of an eye, this person's figure was drowned in the sandstorm. Several people from the Holy Domain shook themselves awake and stammered. He fell in. He had indeed fallen in. Xiao Mu raised her eyebrows slightly, and she led the group forward a few steps before stopping. There was a circular pit in front of them that was bottomless. That unlucky guy just fell in with a splash and didn't seem to make a splash. The big-bellied man couldn't resist exclaiming, "How is that possible?" That brother, just now, was a mid-stage, spiritual, venerable realm cultivator at the very least. How could he fall into this deep pit and not make a sound at all? Everyone also found it very strange. That's right. How could that be possible? That wasn't some weak, ordinary person or a low-level cultivator with an extremely low cultivation. If he fell into the pit, wouldn't he fly out on his own? Or would he directly fall to his death? That was simply the biggest joke in the world. Xiao Mu was pacing around the pit when she heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. One of the unlucky fellows was pushed by the people behind him and stumbled into the pit. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell down. It was so fast that everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye, a vine shot out from Arbor's sleeve and abruptly wrapped around that person's ankle. That person struggled with all his might. Xiao Mu creased her brows slightly, and her feet shuffled forward half an inch. However, Emolian suddenly grasped her waist. A huge suction force caused the couple's expressions to change. Baby Mo flapped his tiny arms and legs and exclaimed while hanging in Duan Yu's arms, "Wow, this uncle got pulled down. He can't get up. So unlucky. How could there be such an unlucky thing?" Everyone, if this child didn't speak in such a gloating tone, it wouldn't be so hilarious. "Mother, little furball will help you." Baby Mo shouted, but before he could move, Duan Yu pressed his tiny body down. The latter said exasperatedly, All right, don't cause trouble for Mother." No, Mother can't hold on to Uncle anymore. Foster father, Xiao Tuanzi, also has a vine that can help pull it. Everyone, come and help." Didn't you guys pack a lot of yellowish-brown vines before? Pull them all together. The more people there are, the more strength there is. Feng Zhangqing and the others were originally worried about how to drag him down. Could it be that she had to rush over and hug Emolian? Then they had to carry and drag her one by one? How inappropriate. Now that he was reminded by Xiao Tuanzi, he was suddenly enlightened. They hurriedly took out a large chunk of yellowish-brown vines from their inner worlds and whooshed toward the unlucky Saint Domain bastard hanging at the entrance of the cave. Exerting their strength together, the man was immediately dragged out of the cave entrance. Everyone hurriedly retreated in all directions, allowing the man to be tied up and fall to the ground with a loud thud. The man panted heavily and immediately got up without even caring about the pain. He cupped his hands and thanked the people around him. Many thanks, many thanks. Many thanks to everyone for your help in the face of death. I am eternally grateful. This one is Yi Weiping. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay everyone's kindness. The big-bellied man wiped his sweat and waved his hand. Madame Mo and the rest still put in the most effort. But speaking of which, these vines are quite sturdy. They can actually pull someone out of the cave entrance with such a strong suction force. Arbor tugged hard at the yellowish-brown vines in his hands. Chapter 56:44. Indeed, after her son made such a fuss, she also reacted. At first, when she used the holy wood to grab Yi Weiping, even she was pulled forward by the suction force at the bottom of the hole. Afterwards, if it weren't for Mo Yin pressing her waist in time, she probably would have also involuntarily fallen into the bottomless pit along with that dragging force. Yi Weiping's body was wrapped by the yellow vines later, and the resistance gradually stopped. They were able to pull Yi Weiping out of the hole, but it wasn't entirely because they worked together. It was because of this yellow vine. Arbor looked down at the yellow vine in his hand. Suddenly, he kicked a stone and catapulted it over. The stone slid to the bottom of the hole with a whoosh, and the yellow vine in Arbor's hand suddenly wrapped around the stone. With a light shake of his wrist, he pulled it back from the ground. It seems that below is where the second barrier is. Arbor snorted softly. That old ghost heavenly axiom, one moment it made them go up the mountain, and the next moment it made them go down the hole. He didn't know if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire waiting for them behind. He summoned his martial uncle to talk about life with the old man, so it didn't seem to be a particularly bad thing. After all, he had been viciously cheated by heavenly axiom several times along the way, and it really didn't make sense if he didn't get back at it. Arbor snorted and lightly jumped on the spot. Everyone, take out all the yellow vines that you collected before. Arbor took out a large mass of vines from the storage talisman, combed them, connected them with the holy wood, and weaved them one by one into a rope. Everyone followed suit and helped to comb and weave the vines, their movements swift. Soon, the large mass of yellow vines was completely woven. I'm afraid we can only climb down from here, Arbor said with a serious face. I'm afraid that this bottomless hole has been blocked from all kinds of flying abilities. Probably even things like flying talismans couldn't be used. With Heavenly Axiom's nature, it was very likely that this was the case. Xiaomu also couldn't be bothered to argue with Heavenly Law. Since she found a way to descend, then she would obediently climb the rope and descend. Otherwise, it would be very bad if she got pulled down halfway and became paralyzed from the fall. Will this thing work? Feng Zhangqing said weakly. Will it not be long enough? That's right. This bottomless pit looked bottomless. It really made people feel uneasy. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Madame Mo hesitantly. Don't worry. I won't cheat you, Madame Mo said to them. However, everyone present felt an inexplicable twitch in their hearts. When they heard this, they felt uneasy. It wasn't the first time Madame Mo had tricked someone. This young madam was someone who could even trick the heavenly Tao, let alone them. Not at all, not at all. You have to go down even if you're worried, Madame Mo said expressionlessly. Aren't you going down? If not, he would stay here. Don't blame me for not warning you. Although we've opened the first barrier of the 9 Palaces illusion formation once, it's still not enough. But you also know that it's closed now. Previously, we had to work together for half a day to open it. If we were left alone, the consequences would be self-evident. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. If they were left alone, would they have to break through the barrier alone? Damn, his balls hurt. Everyone hastened their movements, quickly inspecting the rope made of yellow vines. Chapter 56:45. All right, I'll go first. Dao Wuji volunteered to hop over and tug at that yellow vine rope before turning back to chuckle mischievously at Arbor's group. This yellow vine rope was quite well woven and was very firm to the touch. Presumably, it wouldn't be difficult for him to descend to the underground cave. It was fine as long as he didn't cause any trouble along the way. As Dao Wuji thought this, his heroism got the better of him, and he patted his chest hard. I'm going now. Remember to tie the rope tightly. After saying that, he tied one end of the yellow vine around his waist and tugged at it twice. Seeing that there was no problem, he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Arbor tossed out 2 seeds, which instantly sprouted 2 large trees from the ground. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement at how adept he was at it. After all, no one could use the power of the wood spirits so adeptly. The more they interacted with this Madame M.O., the more surprised they felt. Arbor tossed the yellow vine onto the tree trunk and circled it twice to stabilize it. Everyone then tugged at the other end of the yellow vine and carefully lowered Dao Wuji bit by bit in unison. How is it? Arbor asked. You're right. There's no longer that suction force. This yellow vine can effectively avoid that suction force, so it should be used to descend this underground cave. Seems like it's not a bad thing to like picking up trash, Sir Jojo muttered softly. Emolian naturally heard it immediately. She held back her urge to burst out laughing and nodded repeatedly. She reached out to stroke her wife's head. My Jojo is especially smart. You're one step ahead of others in everything you think of. Our dear baby M.O., who surpassed his master in picking up trash, lay in Duan Yu's arms and harumphed at his dad. Daddy was shameless and praised Mommy so smoothly. It was obvious that he was used to flattering her normally. His dad merely pretended not to hear his son's harumph and continued to hold his wife's hand with a grin. He glanced at everyone who was currently lowering the yellow vine and hanging Dao Wuji down the cave entrance. Dao Wuji yelled from time to time, Faster! Fuck, be more steady, don't be so fast. Hey, we're almost at the bottom. His voice became more and more distant, as if it was coming through layers of mountain fog. In the end, it became somewhat unclear. Is the yellow vine rope enough? Feng Zhongqing asked with a frown. Enough, it should be enough. There are still a few laps that haven't been used yet. The big-bellied man quickly said. It looks like it's almost the end. We can prepare for the next person. I'll do it. Little Tai Sui strode over with its head held high and chest puffed out. However, Venerable Peach Blossom pulled it back with one hand. Little Tai Sui immediately glared at Venerable Peach Blossom, its gaze seeming to want to eat Venerable Peach Blossom. Let go. Audacious. How dare you pull this seat? Venerable Peach Blossom rolled his eyes and said, It's not like this is the first time you've pulled me apart. All right, let Feng Changqing and the others go first. You bring up the rear. Little Tai Sui held back for a long time before finally uttering, How preposterous. They were looking down on his small stature, so they wanted Feng Zhongqing and the others, who were taller, to go first. Feng Zhongqing nodded and didn't care about little Tai Sui's dissatisfaction. He walked past him, pulled on a rope, and climbed down the cave entrance. At this time, Dao Wuji's roar could be heard faintly from below, but it really couldn't be heard clearly. But at least they could hear the word here. Clearly, Dao Wuji had already stepped onto the ground at the bottom of the cave. Feng Zhongqing sped down. Not long after, everyone filed forward. Chapter 56:46. One by one, they climbed out of the bottomless pit and followed the ropes woven from yellow vines. Everyone cautiously crawled and didn't communicate much along the way. It wasn't until they reached the top and stepped on solid ground that everyone breathed sighs of relief one after another. When they focused their eyes, they only saw a pitch-black tunnel in front of them. There was a bit of light on the side. Madame M.O. took out a night-luminescent pearl the size of a ball and held it in her palm as she paced back and forth at the entrance of the pit. Thump, 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 thump. Feng Changqing and the others took out hammers from their inner worlds and were smashing the wall beside them. The big-belly man jumped in fright and quickly cried out in horror, Hey, don't smash. Don't smash. If the entire cave collapses, it'll be a serious matter. Flying is prohibited here, and there are gravity restraints everywhere. I think we can't be too rash. Right. This brother's words are reasonable. Young Master Mo, Madame Mo, I think we should move forward in this tunnel and see what's inside. Yeah. Who knows? We might be able to get out if we keep going forward. In your dreams, Arbor retorted before turning to look at the surroundings. Continue hammering. Thump, thump, thump. After receiving Sir Jojo's order, Feng Changqing and the others hammered the cave wall even harder. Wait a minute. Did you guys hear anything? Arbor expressionlessly glanced at the pitch-black cave wall and silently covered himself with an eggshell defensive barrier. Get ready. Duan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and he also quickly activated a defensive barrier to protect himself and Baby Mo. According to Jojo's annoying personality, something terrible was about to happen. Mo Lien, Rotten Peach Blossom, Little Tai Sui, and the others were already familiar with Jojo's trickery, so they also silently activated their defensive barriers. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud boom. The cave wall that Feng Changqing and the others had just hammered was now broken open by a surging current. The raging flood surged along with the crowd, drowning everyone with a splash. Stoic Joe was encased in a transparent eggshell defensive barrier, and he floated along with the current as he rushed toward the tunnel. Her eggshell was amazing. His speed was especially fast, and in a flash, he was far ahead of the thousands of soldiers and horses everyone watched as she drifted along with the current and then swished past. The eggshell was tossed about in the water. The little stoic followed this eggshell and toppled it all over the place. The corners of her mouth were pursed into a stern straight line, and a somewhat cracked expression appeared on her small face. Land whale! She roared with all her might. Everyone only heard a muffled roar in their ears. Soon, they felt as if their bodies were being lifted up by a small mountain. The land whale was huge, and it lifted the group of unlucky people who were drifting with the current. It was running fast in the direction of Arbor with its short legs. However, Sir Jojo's eggshell was truly amazing. She performed exceptionally well as soon as she entered the water and swam especially fast. She couldn't even control herself. Hence, the land whale chased after her for a while before finally barking twice. Why chase? Once Little Master entered the water, she was like a fish back in water. It was useless to chase because he couldn't catch up at all. Sir Jojo expressionlessly was swept forward by the current, and a sparkling waterfall suddenly appeared before her eyes. Her small mouth opened into an O shape again. Fuck, it's happening again. Chapter 56-47. She remembered that a long time ago, she had also been washed down into a bottomless pool by a waterfall. What was going on? Why the heck was she tricked again after entering the Holy Domain and the Holy Palace? The little stoic stretched out 2 fingers with a taut face and attached gravity talismans to her body with a smack, smack, smack. With the weight of 500 kilograms attached, her body was as heavy as an iron ball at this very moment. The water current could only barely push her forward a few inches. That's right. She didn't want to be like a ball and be knocked down the waterfall by the water current and smash into the pool below. That would be too ugly, and she wouldn't have any face in front of everyone. As she thought this, it was as if this fellow grew on top of the waterfall. No matter how the water current battered her, she just couldn't go down. At the same time, the land whale poked its head out of the water and roared excitedly. It's its omnipotent little master Silver. Uffed, the land whale spat out a mouthful of water. The little stoic, who was originally blocking the waterfall's exit, was spat out by the land whale and rolled down. Baby Mo called out Mommy, hugged his adoptive father, and rolled down together with the land whale at an extremely fast speed. Mo Lien, she simply couldn't bear to watch. The land whale was dumbfounded, and it roared at the sky in grief and indignation. dragging its short legs, it hastily crawled to the waterfall's exit. It was then washed down by the water current. Everyone tumbled down from its back, wailing and shrieking. It looked like such a huge monster was about to crash into the pool. A certain stoic floating in the eggshell reached out a small fist and waved it forcefully. The land whale turned into a streak of light and abruptly disappeared in front of her. Everyone tumbled into the pool one after another like rolling earth balls. One by one, they crawled and flopped in the water. The big-bellied man said in horror, "It's over, it's over, it's over. I don't know how to swim. I don't know how to swim." The other young woman also turned pale with fright. I don't know how to swim either." Arbor expressionlessly looked at this group of drama queens and suddenly said, "Can you all stand up first before competing?" The big-bellied man hastily stood up and then laughed awkwardly. This pool of water only reached his chest, so it was not enough to drown him. Heh. The others also laughed foolishly as if they were trying to cover it up. Everyone stood up. Some of them had already removed their defensive shields. After all, not everyone could be like Jojo, who could wear an eggshell to protect himself for a long time. Jojo swayed in the water, her small eyes sweeping the surroundings. "Did you see that? The barrier is on top of the mountain. You have to climb up and knock down that barrier. Only then can you be considered to have unlocked the second layer." To be honest, once the second barrier was broken, who knew what kind of misfortune awaited them? It was possible that he would be in the water or in the fire. He Wei-Ping cupped his hands and said, "We were washed down from the opposite waterfall. Now, it seems to be a little difficult to climb up the mountain wall. With the yellow vine rope, of course it won't be difficult." Someone took out the rope that everyone had used earlier from his inner world. The big-bellied man nodded. "The environment here is strange. It seems like only the yellow vine rope can help us get up and down. Listen, I think there's a sound." Arbor said expressionlessly, "When we broke through the first array core, we killed a sacred guardian beast." Chapter 5648. So you mean that the guardian beast of the second array core is here? Everyone looked at each other, only to see Madame Emo silently throw a few defensive talismans on herself. Then, she flicked hundreds of defensive talismans onto young Master Mo and her teammates. "Get ready." Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky, speechlessly. When they heard Madame Mo say the word, "Get ready," expressionlessly, they had the urge to cry. Get ready my ass. She was always getting ready to be unlucky. "It's here." A frying pan suddenly appeared in Sir Jojo's hand. Everyone took a closer look. Wasn't this the frying pan that young Master Mo used to block the lightning? He Wei-Ping and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. When they looked up again, their faces were distorted. One of them pointed at the dense mass of something in the sky. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. "Didn't you say that the first array core would only encounter one holy beast? Why was there a group of them here? You can't play like this." Sir Jojo threw the frying pan out of the defensive barrier and blocked the top of his head. The frying pan suddenly expanded to several meters in length and width, enveloping Mo Lien and the others in it. Chirp, chirp. A noise came from the sky, accompanied by the sound of the wind. A large flock of blackbirds smashed into the frying pan, making dong, 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 dong sounds. The frying pan was indestructible. It could even block the lightning of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for it to block a flock of birds. It was the flock of birds that were banging on the pot, occasionally accompanied by a creaking sound. It was really ear-piercing and unpleasant. And the people of the holy region who didn't have the frying pan to block it suffered. They hurriedly opened their defensive barriers. Under the fierce attack of the blackbirds, they cried out in panic. This flock of birds was too terrifying. Although this flock of little blackbirds was only the size of a baby's fist, their beaks were curved downwards like sharp knives. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous smashing of the defensive barrier made the cultivators inside so anxious that they were about to piss their pants. If these blackbirds continued to stare at their defensive barriers, no one would be able to withstand it in less than half an hour. They would all suffer. Quickly think of a way. A female cultivator couldn't help but cry out. She originally wanted to come to the Holy Palace to pick up equipment, but in the end, she didn't get any benefits. She was about to be seriously injured and die here. It really made her feel indignant. Madame Mo, several cultivators screamed. Sir Jojo threw out a bunch of defensive talismans and circled around the people of the Holy Region. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They formed a defensive rune array and temporarily blocked the ferocious attacks of the blackbirds. A female cultivator couldn't help but cry. This can't go to continue. Once the talisman power in the defensive talisman formation is consumed, it will not be able to resist the attack of the flock of birds. What are you guys waiting for? When there are defensive array glyphs, attack the flock of birds as much as possible. As soon as little Tai Sui finished speaking, everyone hurriedly took action. They each controlled their sacred power and shot the blackbirds from a distance. Are these blackbirds all saint-level beasts? No. Arbor shook his head. The cultivators finally heaved a sigh of relief, but Arbor continued. It's a group of divine beasts. Everyone. Chapter 56-49. One sacred beast versus a flock of divine beasts. Who would win and who would lose? Who would win and who would lose? They really didn't freaking know. This Alexander's life was filled with passion and ripples everywhere. Everyone gritted their teeth and fought with all their might against the flock of blackbirds swooping down from the sky. Those fist-sized blackbirds soon piled up on the ground in a densely packed circle, causing one's scalp to tingle. Thankfully, Sir Jojo sat firmly inside the eggshell defensive barrier from beginning to end and didn't come into contact with those disgusting things. She glanced at her son from the corner of her eyes. She saw that the little fellow didn't have the slightest bit of shock or fear on his face. He was especially serious as he scrutinized those blackbird corpses outside the defensive barrier. Who knew what he was fiddling with as he squatted down? This child truly didn't know what fear was at all. He was bold yet meticulous, completely inheriting Sir Jojo's fine tradition. How wonderful. Son, what are you doing? Arbor was suddenly startled and couldn't resist asking. Her precious son was currently taking out a small jar of something from his inner world and smearing it on his face and hands. Hearing his mother calling him, the little fellow turned his pitch-black face and grinned at her. Mother, I found a way to break it. Foster father, wait for me. Duanyu jumped in fright when he saw him opening the defensive barrier and jumping out. He reached out to grab him without thinking. What are you doing? Don't worry, I'll be fine. The little dumpling jumped out and completely escaped the range of the frying pan. Everyone involuntarily jumped in fright. Although Arbor knew that her son was extremely skilled and nothing would happen to him, her heart still couldn't help but jump fiercely. The little fellow was currently standing outside the defensive talisman matrix in front of everyone. He was completely naked and didn't activate any defenses. He Weiping jumped in fright and hastily shouted, Child, hurry and go back. A flock of blackbirds was charging towards their talisman matrix. How could they not attack a completely naked child when they suddenly saw him? Yet this was the truth. When that flock of blackbirds saw Mo Bao Bao standing there, they all vigorously flapped their wings and distanced themselves from this fellow. If blackbirds could roll their eyes, they would definitely roll their eyes at Mo Bao Bao 100 times in disdain. Gee. A blackbird flew in front of Xiao Tuanzi, as if its body had not yet developed, flying in a crooked and hurried manner. They flapped their wings vigorously and scattered away from Baby Mo's side at a strange speed. The little guy patted the dirt off his face and hands, then turned to the group of uncles and said proudly, Look, little Tuanzi has never picked up trash. This was a treasure. If they smeared it on their bodies, they would be able to effectively prevent mosquitoes from biting them. Apui, they would be able to prevent blackbirds from attacking them. You stink from head to toe. The little stoic pinched her nose in disdain. Don't poke your adoptive father anymore. Xiao Tuanzi blinked his watery phoenix eyes and pounced on his father in an aggrieved manner. Daddy, Mommy dislikes Bao Bao. His father didn't know whether to accept it or not. A piece of hot potato suddenly jumped onto his lap and hugged his thigh. The little mud on its face kept rubbing against his father's leg. "Daddy, carry me. Go to your adoptive father's side and carry him." Emollien's handsome face darkened. Her son was truly extraordinarily smelly. "Daddy, go find your rotten peach blossom uncle." Disdain, utter disdain. Chapter 5650. Mother, father dislikes little furball. Baby Emo immediately complained. Emollien hooked the little thing with her long leg and sent it to Divine Peach Blossom, carrying the smelly little treasure, whose Shurchin didn't know whether to throw it away or not. His handsome face immediately turned a little green. "You're too smelly, little furball." "Am I?" The little guy even raised his sleeve and sniffed it. Blinking his eyes, he reached out and touched his face. "Uncle Peach Blossom, could it be that what I dug earlier wasn't soil but bird droppings?" The little guy jumped into Divine Peach Blossom's arms and rubbed against his clothes. Hu Shurchin was a little petrified. The hand holding the little guy stiffened. Emollien chuckled and nodded. "It seems very possible. Or maybe there was bird droppings mixed in with the soil you dug." Lord Jojo felt that Jojo's lotus was probably the truth. Thus, he pinched his nose and called out, "Son, send that jar of soil to the uncles and aunties over there. Let them all apply it." "Okay." Baby Emo looked at his mother with sparkling eyes. "Mother, do you want some?" "No need. I thank your whole family. It's so smelly." "Son, you can keep it for yourself and slowly enjoy it." "Strange, it wasn't so smelly when I dug it up." The little guy muttered as he got down from Rotten Peach Blossom. His short legs thumped as he walked towards the people of the sanctuary. Perhaps it was because it had been sealed in the jar for too long, so the smell had spread out. "Uncles and aunties, for you to use." Baby Emo happily raised the jar in his hand high and handed it to the stiff-faced, big-bellied man. "No need to panic. I still have a few more jars after you use it up. There will definitely be enough." "Thank you, little Gongzi." The big-bellied man practically forced those words out from between his teeth. "Thank your whole family, little Gongzi." "You're welcome." The child nodded seriously. "Just remember to owe me a favor. My mother said that it's impolite not to reciprocate. I believe that you are all adults now. You will definitely keep your promises." Everyone in the sanctuary was speechless. "Why do you not want to talk to this brat?" "Little brat, can you stay away from us? I really don't want you to continue wasting my money." But strangely enough, the jar of bird feces mixed with the soil was very useful. While the little guy was talking to them, not a single blackbird swooped down to attack them. It was obvious that they hated the smell. "Hurry up and apply it." The little fellow looked at them encouragingly. "You're all adults, so you should know better than me. The stench compared to your life is more important. As long as we're alive, what's the point of our reputation? If we lose our lives, then we'll truly lose everything." Everyone was dumbfounded and hurriedly opened the jar. They scrambled to get rid of the soil and feces inside and worked hard to smear it on themselves. "Please don't say any more. Ancestor, please leave." Baby Emo was a little gloomy. Separated by his mother's eggshell cover, he squatted by his mother's feet and said softly, "They don't like to talk to me." She didn't even talk to me for 3 sentences before ignoring me. His mother encouraged him through the cover. "Son, don't be discouraged. Those who didn't like to talk to Mother all died later on." Everyone. Chapter 5651. The others didn't know how to respond to the little stoic's words. In the end, they looked at each other and hastened to smear mud and bird droppings on their faces and hands. After everyone smeared it, the only benefit was probably this. Everyone was stinky, and their nostrils were filled with that smell, so no one would dislike anyone else. The flock of blackbirds was sent flying by the stench and scattered far into the horizon in a dense pile, but they didn't dare to come down. The little stoic simply removed the eggshell on her body and expressionlessly looked at everyone. She clenched her small fists. "Go! Why didn't they do it?" Everyone felt that this situation was like forcing a duck onto a perch. This Madame Emo was truly talented at commanding. With one order, everyone began to dawdle and move. They took the yellow vine rope and flung it up at top speed. Once, twice, thrice the big-bellied man wiped his sweat and looked awkwardly at this little madam. "Madame Emo, I don't think I can throw it up." Arbor was about to cry from their stupidity. Thankfully, her teammates back then weren't these people, or else she would definitely go crazy. Oh no, she might get angry and beat them up first. Without using a bit of holy power, could this rope be thrown up to such a high mountain peak? A bunch of pig brains. She tied 2 seeds to one end of the rope and swiftly flung it up the mountain peak. Thus, the rope wound around 2 wildly growing trees and stood firmly on the mountain peak. The long yellow vine rope then obediently drooped down. The rope was long enough, so even if it was twice as high, it would still be enough. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then they filed forward and swiftly climbed up the yellow vine rope to the mountain peak. They stood on this mountain peak and looked over. They could see the waterfall that had tragically washed their group into the deep pool earlier. The waterfall splashed with sparkling water, and the chilly air assaulted their faces. At this time, Arbor, Lien, and the others also climbed up the yellow vine rope. After swiftly retrieving the rope and stuffing it into her inner world, Arbor expressionlessly looked back at everyone. Go! This Madame Emo was really stingy. Look at how swift she was at putting things away. He must have gotten used to it in the past. Attack! Arbor gave the order, and a group of miserable Sacred Domain people very consciously rushed forward. There was no order in the team. Everyone exerted their strength and exerted a lot of effort. Bang, 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 they pounded the barrier fiercely. Arbor led Master Dongfang and the others to stand by the side and watch for a long time. He shook his head and said, "You guys are getting worse and worse." Everyone was speechless. Why don't you go up instead of spouting nonsense? Everyone only dared to grumble in their hearts. In reality, he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he said that, he would definitely be scolded. There was no need to think too much about it. Young Madam would definitely say, "You guys only contributed a little. It was my holy power pearl that tore open a gap in the barrier." Everyone gritted their teeth and steeled their hearts, continuing to hack and chisel. Finally, a small crack appeared on the barrier. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Quick, Madame Emo, the crack has appeared." Without waiting for these people to say anything, Arbor flicked his finger and a sacred power orb rolled over. Just as the sacred power orb exploded with a huge burst of energy, a huge mushroom cloud appeared in midair. A figure was kicked out of the void by someone and fell to the ground with a loud ouch. He almost broke his front teeth from the fall. Chapter 56-52. The little old man stood up and pointed at the figure that appeared in midair, shouting angrily, "Qin Nitian, you little bastard, you even dare to hit Tian Dao? You're really not a good thing." Ouch! A dazzling whip of light was about to hit the little old man's chest. The old man was agile and nimble. His whole body was close to the ground as he rolled over to avoid the attack. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not hit the old man. The heavenly Dao was both furious and pleased. He got up from the ground and stomped his feet as he snorted. "Little bastard, do you think you can beat me?" "Pa!" A whip of light landed heavily on the old man's butt. The little old man's face turned green. He jumped up and shouted angrily, You bastard, you really dare to hit me." Everyone looked on in confusion. They subconsciously gathered their small bodies, leaving a wide, open space in front of them. At this time, everyone had already run out of the second barrier. In front of them was a large open space. There was no more yellow sand wreaking havoc. Everyone could see it very clearly. In midair, the woman in the red dress was holding a whip of white light. She was very ruthless. With one whip, Tian Dao jumped up high, dancing and baring his teeth. He shouted, "Qin Nitian, you little bastard, you really want to defy the heavens." Qin Nitian smiled. "It's not like this is the first time, you know. I'm used to defying the heavens." "Apui." Tian Dao touched his old waist, his face full of anger. "Let me tell you, you have to stop immediately. When this old man really makes his move, you won't be able to ouch my mother." Tian Dao was slapped down by a giant palm made of light elements. His head hit the ground. He crawled on the ground, his 2 weak and thin arms moving. Ouch, ouch. Everyone. This was an existence that completely subverted everyone's senses. What kind of person was Tian Dao? He was an existence that the entire sacred region could not shake. But at this time, seeing Tian Dao lying on the ground being beaten, they felt that it was somewhat out of their imagination. The visual shock was not ordinary. Qin Nitian, stop fighting, stop fighting. I'm telling you, you really need to change that little temper of yours. Huh? Yes, only an old man like me can stand you. Oh. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Yes, your man can't stand you. Damn, Qin Nitian, you really hit my head. Fine, I promise you, can I? Stop. Against the sky stopped and hovered in midair, looking down at him. At this time, a female cultivator couldn't help but cry out, Your Excellency, why can you fly? Yes, this place was affected by the law of gravity, so it was impossible to fly. Therefore, they had to rely on the yellow vine rope to climb up and down the mountain. How can Qin Nitian be the same as you guys? Tian Dao retorted. Ouch. He covered his head and got up from the ground. Okay, stop hitting me. I'll adjust the difficulty to a lower level and let them train in the normal mode. Everyone wanted to cry, but no tears came out. So, their previous guess was completely correct. The heavenly axiom, that old bastard, had really cheated them by increasing the difficulty of the Sacred Palace's trial. Chapter 56-53. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to howl a few times. Why? Heavens and earth. What was wrong with Tian Dao? Why do you have to trick them? What the hell was going on? Was there a need for this? What was the benefit of tricking them like this? Thinking about this, the straightforward female cultivator couldn't help but ask, Elder Tian Dao, why did you raise the difficulty this year when nothing went wrong in the Sacred Palace every year? Right? Everyone nodded and couldn't help but look at the female cultivator as if they were looking at a brave warrior. A woman who dared to question the evil forces was more manly than all the men here. Tian Dao couldn't help but retort, I can do whatever I want. Do I need to explain to you little cultivators? The truth is, this old man didn't freaking want to scam you guys. The only people I wanted to scam from beginning to end were Xiao Mu's family of 3. You guys were merely incidental humph. The female cultivator didn't agree. Elder Tian Dao, if that's the case, then you're in the wrong. You increased the difficulty of the trial for no reason, making it difficult for us. Tian Dao couldn't help but get angry and glared at the female cultivator. What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision? Whatever mode I want to give you guys have to accept it. That's not how it is. It's normal mode every year, but you gave us 10 times the difficulty mode this year. This doesn't seem right. There has to be a reason. The reason is that this guy wants to trick my nephew's family. You guys are just being tricked. The female cultivator cupped her hands towards Qin Nitian. Thank you for your advice, Elder. Qin Nitian's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but look at this female cultivator. She had a long ponytail and was in good spirits. She was expressionless, and the corners of her mouth were slightly down. Her dark eyes were filled with emotions of disagreement towards Tian Dao. Elder Tian Dao, if that's the case, you wanted to trick people but failed. In the end, you dragged us innocent people down with you. Everyone, this female warrior, you said what most people didn't dare to say. You're too strong. Lord Jojo glanced at her, then looked at Tian Dao. The female cultivator's voice was loud and clear as she said, Compensate me. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others couldn't help twitching their mouths. Everyone was speechless. Arbor? Strange, this female cultivator's way of doing things seemed a little familiar. It was inexplicably to her liking. Compensate. The heavenly Dao actually stuttered a little. He pointed at the female cultivator and was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. You actually asked the heavenly Dao to compensate you? Disgraceful. Damn it. No matter what, he would not compensate her today. If he really compensated her, what kind of person would he be? Of course we have to compensate. The stern-faced female cultivator was still expressionless, and her voice was also very stiff. However, she was very polite. Her words were sonorous and forceful, and her articulation was very clear. If it weren't for the heavenly Dao, You wouldn't have implicated us ordinary citizens of the Holy Region when you wanted to trap Madame Mo's family of 3. After we entered the Holy Palace, how much time and energy have we wasted? You should also know, Chapter 56-54. These are all unnecessary costs of time. You should be very clear that for us cultivators, time is precious. Time is equivalent to money, materials, and life. Only with sufficient time can we continue to move forward. Advancing through hardships requires time, and striving to improve also requires time. Doing anything requires time. And now, you're wasting a lot of our time, wasting our lives. In this sacred palace, from the first step we took until now, we haven't found any materials and we haven't obtained anything. Our lives have been wasted in this sacred training ground. The female cultivator gave an impassioned speech, and her speech was extremely fast, becoming more and more intense. Everyone's faces were flushed as they watched her speak faster and faster, and the more she spoke, the more passionate she became. One after another, they raised their necks, raised their heads, and puffed out their chests, holding back the words they wanted to say. Since that's the case, it's somewhat unreasonable not to compensate. After all of this was caused by you, Senior. Compensating is a matter of course. If you don't, then you're extremely shameless. Senior Heavenly Tao, since you're the Heavenly Tao, you have to set an example. You mustn't chill the hearts of us cultivators. After the declarative conclusion, the scene was silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and their gazes focused on Heavenly Tao's flushed old face. He might have been a little stupefied by the female cultivator's rebuke. When she was speaking, he wanted to interject several times, but each time, he was interrupted by me. You, fuck, silently ended. This guy couldn't spit out a complete rebuttal sentence at all. Now, he might be about to explode. Just at this moment, the entire scene was silent. Lord Jojo suddenly raised his small hand and expressionlessly applauded the female cultivator. Everyone, Feng Chongqing and the others fiercely stifled their laughter, and one after another, they coughed lightly to cover up their laughter. Wow! Baby Mo opened his small mouth wide and followed his mother to clap hard. This Annie completely said what my mother wanted to say. This was really great. This way, the stoic mother didn't have to say so much. Every time he saw the stoic mother's taut face and say a lot, Baby Mo was always worried that his mother would choke on her saliva. After all, from what his father and adoptive father said, his mother didn't like to talk much since she was young. The Heavenly Tao held back for a long time. Bastard. Damn it, this bunch of people, when did they start to stand on the side of M.O. Brat and his family? How despicable. They actually joined forces to deal with him, the Heavenly Tao Elder. He would definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. Slap. A whip of light landed on his butt. Qin Nitian impatiently urged, "Hurry up and change. Stop messing with my nephew's family. I'm telling you, old ghost, if you continue to make things difficult for my child, I won't let you off." Tian Dao rubbed his butt angrily and glared at Arbor. "Stupid girl, you can't beat me, so you bring the adults out to look for trouble." Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. "Tian Dao, you'd better compensate us with some god-level and above refining materials and herbs. You didn't do the right thing. As the Heavenly Tao, since you've done such a thing, it's not like we can't forgive you after the compensation is paid." Yes, Madame Mo is right. I hope that Elder Heavenly Tao will grant my wish. This female cultivator, this one is Zhang Jing. Greetings. Chapter 56-55. This female cultivator Zhang and Madame Mo's words are very reasonable. Heavenly Tao Elder, it's time for you to express your sincerity. Heavenly Tao, fuck your grandma. He was flustered and exasperated as he glared at Arbor, then at Qin Nitian who was glaring at them. He looked around. How pitiful. None of the people here were on Heavenly Tao Elder's side. Why? Why was it like this? The heavens were unfair. These despicable people, they were all on the same side as Arbor, that stinky lass. While this old man was so angry, the old man thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Scram! After drinking it in one gulp, everyone felt as if they were being pulled up by a suction force. Following the strong suction force, they were sucked into the air and disappeared into a passage in the air. When his figure landed again, Yi Zichen was stunned. Everyone rolled onto a soft patch of grass, and a fragrant smell wafted into their noses. Baby Imo couldn't help but roll on the grass and excitedly patted the grass. Mother, mother, we're out. Everyone couldn't help but cry tears of joy as they hugged each other. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank the common people, thank all living beings. They finally returned to the normal training mode of the Sacred Palace. Thank you. Yes, they finally came out of the 9-palace illusion array. Now, in front of them was the grass at the entrance of the Sacred Palace. But at this time, they had already entered the Sacred Palace. Stepping on the flowers and grass in the palace, all they could smell was a strange fragrance. The compensation is here. Another female cultivator beside Zhang Jing couldn't help but cheer as she pointed to the front. Everyone looked over, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. At this moment, many precious medicinal herbs were waving at them from the front. There were no cheating sacred beasts, no extremely aggressive divine beasts and blackbirds, no barriers that they didn't need to expend all their strength to attack. What appeared in front of them was a patch of fragrant, green medicinal herbs. Joy, so much so that everyone immediately ran toward the pile of herbs. Everyone was chanting in their hearts, "Not an illusion, not an illusion, not an illusion." Ow! It really wasn't an illusion. Baby Imo had already changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat in his father's arms and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with these aunties and uncles? Why did they all rush towards the same herbal field?" Looking at the growth of the herbs, it was the most ordinary heaven-grade herb area. The little fellow pursed his lips. "Why are you so blind? What's so good about snatching heaven-tier medicinal herbs?" The little stoic coughed lightly. "They're going to snatch the heaven-rank medicinal herbs needed to refine fasting pills." "Fasting pill?" Little child exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the group of fools. Those who could enter the Sacred Palace to gain experience were at least above the spiritual elder realm. They were all in the transcendent realm, so why would they need something like the fasting pill? For their descendants. Imo Lien explained, "It's little friends like you. They need to eat fasting pills." Baby Imo was dumbfounded. "Do you need it?" Imo Lien couldn't help but retort, "You don't need other people's needs." This son looked smart, but in reality, he was stupid. He thought that everyone was like him, busying themselves with cultivation in their mother's womb. Chapter 56. At that time, he was worried about his daughter-in-law, but he didn't expect her to give birth so smoothly. He was the most unlucky one. Ever since this son of his was born, the heavenly Tao always liked to show up and strike him. What a fucking trap. Imo Lien couldn't help but sigh at the thought of this. Baby Imo hung in his arms and moved his little body with joy. "Daddy, I saw a lot of divine-grade medicinal herbs over there. Although the 100-herb garden doesn't lack them, but let's not waste them. I'll go over and pick some, okay?" Imo Lien nodded. She knew that the little guy couldn't stay put at all. She put him on the ground and patted his little head. "Don't run too far." Baby Imo skipped away happily. He took out a small sickle from his inner world and carried his basket on his back. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This guy was just like his mother, a scammer. He carried the basket on his back for show, but in reality, the herbs were directly sent to the star domain for Chio to distribute to his clones. In the eyes of the big-bellied man, He Wei-ping and the rest, the heavenly Tao's compensation was too generous. But Arbor didn't like these herbs. Anyway, she had them in her 100-herb garden, so she couldn't be bothered to do it. As for her son, this little guy couldn't stop. If he liked to be busy, then be busy. Anyway, at his age, it was the time to combine practice and theory. He should go pick more herbs and distinguish the medicinal properties of various herbs. Otherwise, when he needed to use them in the future, he would hate himself for being shallow. Mo Bao Bao squatted alone in a god-rank medicinal herb region, happily harvesting the various medicinal herbs. Zhang Jing and the rest, on the other hand, collected all the ingredients for making the fasting pill in the heaven-level herb area. The big-bellied man was obviously a little embarrassed. He even ran over and asked Arbor shyly, "Madame Mo, aren't you going to pick them? If you also want the ingredients for the fasting pill, we can share some with everyone." "Thank you. My heaven-level herbs have piled up in countless warehouses in the star domain. There are also more than 10 baskets of fasting pills piled up in the warehouse. They were all made by that troublesome son of mine." Madame Mo shook her head expressionlessly. "Just take it." Everyone was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. They even praised Madame Mo for being magnanimous and a good person in their hearts. Young Master Mo was really lucky to be able to marry a woman like Madame Mo. If Madame Mo knew what these people were thinking, she would definitely chuckle. "You guys are really thinking too much." She just looked down on these heaven-grade materials. She wasn't someone with noble character, unquestionable integrity, magnanimity, or anything like that. These words really shouldn't be used on her. Everyone spread out and continued to harvest medicinal herbs for quite a while. Their faces were all glowing from harvesting medicinal herbs, and they had earned so much that their inner worlds were a bit cramped. Only then did they stop and run back to Chow Mu and the others with a grin. At the same time, a noise came from the door. Everyone looked up and saw the Western Master leading a large group of people. His expression was extremely ugly as he rushed over. When he saw that almost all the medicinal herbs on the lawn had been picked, his face turned dark. "Master Dongfang, you've gone too far. Why didn't you leave some soup for your brothers to drink?" The Western Master's face was cold as he said angrily, "Look at this herb area. What has become of it?" Chapter 56-57. The group of cultivators behind the Western Master were also filled with righteous indignation as they glared angrily at the crowd. These people were too shameless. Such a large area of medicinal herbs had actually been picked clean, not even leaving behind a single dregs. How could everyone endure this? He Wei Ping and the others looked at each other and silently gathered around young Master Mo and Madame Mo. The Western Master led more than 100 people. At this moment, they were all standing across the lawn, glaring at them covetously. In such a holy land for training, everything depended on one's fists. Perhaps the Western Master would fly into a rage and pounce on them together with the people around him, forcing them to hand over the medicinal herbs they had picked earlier. That wasn't impossible. He Wei Ping, Zhang Jing, and the other cultivators were all looking at the Western Master and the group of people he brought with him warily. The Western Master chuckled at the Eastern Master with a fake smile. "Brother Dongfang, this is a little unreasonable." Without waiting for Master Dongfang to speak, a childish voice spoke up. "What's there to be embarrassed about? First come, first served. This is the rule of the training. There's nothing you can do even if you're envious and jealous. After all, who asked you to be half a beat late?" The Western Master's face darkened as he shouted sternly, "Who is it? Step forward." Baby Mo hugged his father's neck and cried out angrily, "Daddy, he's being fierce to little Tuanzi." Mo Lien raised his hand, and a heavy wave of sacred energy swept across. The Western Master was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, it was already too late. His entire body was hit by the thick holy power on his shoulder. He flipped twice in the air to disperse the power. Even so, his body could not help but tremble twice, and he took more than 10 steps back. The Eastern Master's eyes flashed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. "Brother Western Master, why are you always so impatient? It's useless to be so impatient." The Eastern Master stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the Western Master contemptuously. "If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to admit defeat. I feel that little friend of Mo is right. Since all of you are late, then it's inevitable that the good stuff would be taken away." The Western Master's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. It was obvious that he was in a terrible mood. However, what could he do now? If he stayed here, other than being insulted by others, there was nothing else he could do. He couldn't beat that powerful young master, Mo Master Dongfang. This cunning old fox actually found young Master Mo to be his backer from the very beginning. It was simply hateful. "Let's go." The Western Master flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Master Dongfang couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Brother Dongfang, how did you guys get here? Have you ever experienced the Nine Palaces illusion formation? The Western Master did not want to waste his breath on Dongfang Yubao. He only sneered, "What does it have to do with you?" "I'm just asking out of curiosity," Dongfang Yuzhu said with a smile. "Brother Dongfang, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine too." The Western Master had a belly full of anger. How could he be happy to waste his breath on Dongfang Yuzhu? Just as he was about to leave, he heard an enchanting laughter. "Oh, Brother Dongfang, you're here too. Brother Dongfang, everyone's here." The Western Master's face darkened even more. He did not even need to turn around and know who had come. Chapter 56-58. The Master of the South and the Master of the North came together with their men. More than 800 people gathered again. They all felt a little strange and looked at each other. "Oh my God, such a big herb field. Brother West, did you bring your men to pick all the herbs?" The Master of the South cried out and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. The Master of the West's face darkened. "Do you think it's possible? I just arrived a little earlier than you." As they spoke, a mechanical voice came from the sky. "There are still 24 hours before the sacred palace closes. In the future, every 2 hours will be notified. I will now announce the latest round of the luck ranking list. First place, Mo Xiao. Second place, Zhang Jing. Third place, Master of the East. Fourth place, Arbor and her husband looked at each other expressionlessly. Just now, they didn't join in the fun to pick the herbs. On the luck ranking list, they were definitely at the bottom. But it didn't matter. If their family of 3 occupied the top 3 rankings, would that old fellow, the way of the heavens, kick up a fuss again and give them another hell mode experience? The Master of the West's face twitched and his gaze fell on Mo Xiao. "This must be our little friend Mo Xiao." Baby Mo cupped his little hands with a serious face. "Old friend, I made a fool of myself. I'm just a little luckier than you. Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. You can do it." Everyone, they really wanted to slap this child. Listening to this child's words made their balls hurt. Of course, they didn't dare to slap him. If they really did, the adults around that child weren't to be trifled with. The Master of the West was so angry that his face twitched. He put on a fake smile and pointed to the front. "There's not much time left. Everyone, will make a move first." Who would be happy to continue talking nonsense with them? Anyway, it wasn't realistic to snatch the herbs back. If they really fought, it would be a waste of time and energy. Maybe after the fight, the Sacred Palace experience would also be over. If they only managed to snatch a few herbs, the Master of the West would really cry to death. After all, his goal this time was still that supreme treasure. When the Western Master thought of this, he suddenly felt that he was crazy. Why was he wasting time with these people? "Let's go to the main palace," the West Imperial Master shouted. Then, he led his people away. Now that the Sacred Palace's normal mode had been activated, those who had come here before began to familiarize themselves with the place. As long as they passed through the lawn and entered the front hall to the middle hall, they would soon reach the main hall that the Western Master had mentioned. He Weiping took a few steps forward and said to Arbor, "Madam Mo, we know the way. Let's go together." Arbor nodded and didn't refuse the help. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, he might as well get someone to lead the way. Master Dongfang Yu also smiled and said, "It's not far from there. The main hall is where the resources are gathered." Then, shouldn't we hurry up? Everlasting Blade could not help but ask. After all, the Western Master, the Southern Master, and the others had already gone over. If they didn't chase after him now, they would be one step behind. Arbor nodded and waved his hand. "All right, let's go." Chapter 56-59. Actually, Sir Jojo didn't really care about those resources. But since everyone was so excited, it wouldn't be good to dampen their spirits. With that thought, the little stoic followed Master Dongfang, who was leading the way. "Didn't you say you were looking for Crimson Dawn?" "Yes." Master Dongfang nodded. "Do you have a clue?" "I have a little clue," Master Dongfang replied with a smile. "But I come to the Holy Palace to search every year and encounter some trouble every year. The trouble must be brought by other masters," so Arbor didn't ask and just nodded. "Then I hope you can find your wife's Crimson Dawn this year." Thank you for your kind words, Madame Amo. Master Dongfang nodded with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, Crimson Dawn should also be preserved in the main hall. After all, it has the value of being preserved in the main hall. Master Dongfang seemed to be thinking of his wife, and his voice slowly lowered. Arbor wasn't someone who knew how to comfort others, so he didn't say anything after glancing at him. Master Dongfang, He Weiping, and the others led Emo Lien, Arbor, and the others forward for a while and pointed ahead. The front hall is there. There are countless forks in the road from here. Since everyone is fated to be together, let's go forward together. Zhang Jing and the others also had the same idea and nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Their intuition told them that they would definitely benefit greatly if they could move together with Madame Mo and the others. Although this little madam was indeed a bit deceitful in the beginning, she was powerful. She threw away a rare item like the Holy Power Bead without any hesitation. It was obvious how powerful this madam was. Please. Master Dongfang raised his hand forward. The group followed him to the front hall in a single file. Entering the front hall was as easy as blowing off dust, and the front hall door opened with a push. No one needed to exert any effort at all. Is the front hall so easy to enter? Dao Wuji raised his eyebrows and asked. Your Excellency doesn't know. Master Dongfang said with a smile. There are countless forks from the front hall to the middle hall, let alone the main hall. It's useless to just enter the front hall. There were also people who wandered around the front hall for dozens of hours, but in the end, they were teleported out with nothing. So don't think that the entrance to the front hall is easy to enter. That's because it's waiting at the back. If you don't pass the test, you might not even be able to touch the door to the main hall. Everyone nodded in agreement with Master Dongfang. Baby Emo lay in Emo Lien's arms and looked around for a long time. Wait, Emo Lien was speechless. She lowered her head and glanced at the little fellow. She stopped in the middle of the front hall. This place was completely empty. There were only a few pillars as far as the eye could see. There was really nothing to linger around. Father, put me down. Baby Emo wriggled its small body. Emo Lien helplessly placed him on the ground. What are you doing? Give me a moment. Baby Emo took out a small shovel from his inner world and walked over to a tile. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, he began to pry it open. Yes, pry the floor tiles. This little trick was incomparably fast. Every pry was accurate, and within seconds, the entire floor tile was pried open. Emo Lien raised her hand to cover her face. She really wanted to pretend that she didn't know her own son. After the floor tile was pried open, Baby Emo took out a bag from his inner world and directly put the thing under the floor tile inside. Chapter 5660. He Weiping couldn't help but exclaim, What is that? Everyone ran forward and circled around Baby Mo's little figure. Baby Mo's little eyes looked warily at them and hurriedly grabbed the last handful of things into the bag. The bag's mouth suddenly tightened, and he held it tightly in his little paw. The little guy roared in a childish voice, What do you want to do? These people all had bright eyes as they looked dumbly at him. They looked like they wanted to get a share of the loot. Not possible. What he picked up was something he wouldn't share with anyone else. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Look at this child's gaze. They just went up to take a look out of curiosity. Look at him. He was so wary, covering his little bag with a stinky expression. He really was a stingy, stinky baby. Give one to mother. Jojo Darren also walked over curiously and reached out a small hand to his son. Baby Emo jumped to his mother's side and handed over the little bag to his mother. This really was a difference in treatment. Everyone thought speechlessly. Arbor opened the bag and looked. Her eyes lit up. It's cold space sand. As soon as Xiao Mu finished speaking, everyone couldn't resist exclaiming all at once. Cold space sand? Is it really cold space sand? TSK, you know what that is? Of course I know. This is a material that forgers use to forge holy artifacts. With the help of this cold space sand, the success rate of forging holy artifacts will be higher. Everyone chattered, but Arbor's attention wasn't on this at all. She was only thinking that this bag of cold space sand could make Lil Cauldron half full. She wondered if the crescent moon on Lil Cauldron's body could be lit up. The mother and son exchanged a knowing look and silently put away the bag of frigid space sand. Turning her head to look, she saw the other Shioja of Sacred Realm were all squatting in front of the tiles and digging. Arbor, Baby M.O.? Uncles and aunties, what are you doing? Baby M.O. asked with a puzzled expression. Everyone was digging in full swing. Zhang Jing turned to look at the child and said seriously, I'll learn from you. M.O. Lien walked up and looked down at his wife. Could it be that the floor tiles below are filled with frigid space sand? What are you thinking about? Xiao Mu brusquely cast her husband a glance. No, there's no frigid void sand. Baby M.O. shook his head honestly. There's only one under the tile I dug. There's nothing else. If there was, he would have continued digging. How could he have the chance to benefit others? Then what are they doing? The corner of Everlasting Blade's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this bunch of people from the sanctuary were pretty unlucky. Of all the things they could do, they just had to follow Mo's family. Along the way, he would probably suffer a lot of blows. Madame Mo, young Master Mo, is there any more frigid void sand here? Master Dongfang couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but ask. No. Baby Mo shook his head firmly. Definitely not. Master Dongfang. After a moment of silence, Master Dongfang coughed lightly and took a few steps forward. He said to everyone in a clear voice, Everyone, please listen to me. At this time, everyone was full of enthusiasm. Hearing Master Dongfang's voice, they all stopped and looked over.